Good morning, everyone. You'll recall I gave a 5-minute warning 10 minutes ago, as is our custom. I will ask the acting chair to join me on the stage. I'm not sure where I lost him. There he is. He's behind me. Found him. Okay, before we get started and recall to order, I'm going to let the president and the elder finish their conversation. Okay, Elder Esther, if you would be so kind to open our day with a blessing, I'd be very grateful.
Good morning, everyone. My mind wanted to come here, but my body didn't want to come. So I had to drag my body with me. But anyway, to start off, I'm going to ask you to think about power greater than yourself. Think about the power greater than yourself, the power that you pray to, that you call on, that you lean on. And when in times of trouble or in times of despair that you call on, think about that higher power. And in your heart, feel that gratitude. The gratitude in your heart. We be grateful that we got up this morning. We all be grateful that the sun is shining. We all be grateful that we all come together here. We all be grateful for our lives. And we're grateful to come together to work together, to walk together. I'm going to pray in 2 languages, Nihiawin and I don't know what other language, but anyway. Manto anos kagisaga kan ikwitsam ta kasawi matot kasawi mia kahkeawai sino akuta kasawi ta manomaya waskai ganota ta kapia suasuya kapi sihtsigi kuma kahkiakoi sawihta umap kawi piksquata mehkiwe kawi sihtsigi tansiki se miopaik tansa isinua kise miopmatstoa wassa kise matstoa utini gan hiwih kutini gan wassa kamiwa pahta kwa wistawao kahkamihta masutoa kamiun nagata mahko maski kamiwaya kamiun nagatamuaya kwa wiga squatixise ka igakoi ka nagatama kinanaskomtnan stahen manto kinanaskomtnan kahkiakkojuhtse kiapogo mui mauja kotauja kagi mamsito tawaya kiapogo. Creator, we all come before you to ask you to bless us this morning, to bless each and every one of us, to bless this building, to bless all the workers, to bless all the leadership, to bless everybody here. Creator, bless us that we are going to be able to work together, walk together, to do things together, to talk, to listen, to understand. And help us, Creator. What can we do as individuals? What can we do for Otepim Suak? What can we do? Guide us, show us, lead us. What as individuals and as a nation and as in communities, show us what we need to do from here. We do not want to leave this world, especially a lot of us are getting up in age. We don't want to leave this world just like that and leave the children and the future generations. Creator, we need your help. We need your help today and to guide us to help the youth, to help the young people, to help the elderly, to help everybody. Métis Nation has become strong, Creator, and we really thank you for that. We are grateful for that, for the Métis Nation, Otipimsoak, is getting stronger, and it will get stronger even more because you are the only one we can turn to. You're the only one that can carry us and can pull us through each day in what we do. And again, heartfelt gratitude to you, Creator, and again, mercy, 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 Ixamaga.
Thank you, Elder Esther. That was beautiful. Okay. Before we get too much further, I will recall the meeting to order, and I will look to the clerk to provide the number of registrants to see if we have achieved quorum. Madam Clerk, at microphone number 1.
I can report as of 8:58 a.m., there are 213 registered citizens.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I declare quorum established. We'll get started. For those of you in the room, show of hands, who has a blue bracelet on their right wrist? Making sure I can see all the corners of the room. It's a good test. Very good. Show of hands, who was here yesterday? Who was not here yesterday? Few people not here yesterday. Okay. 2 people not here yesterday. I'm going to go through the order of affairs for the day and the procedures very quickly in that event because you heard me go through it all yesterday. So this is for the benefit of the 2 folks at the front. The purpose and responsibility of the Citizens Gathering is a political space where citizens can hold government accountable, table proposals, and provide their views on the future direction of the government. Today, that is the day for you. Citizens' proposals come this afternoon after we finish off the government reports. Citizen participation. All citizens have the right to attend, participate, and speak at Citizens Gathering, with the chair having discretion to permit non-citizens to speak. Decorum and conduct. The rules of decorum are intended to protect all attendees at Citizens Gathering. It's expected that we display respect and consideration towards all people in attendance. Refrain from engaging in personal attacks against fellow citizens. Adhere to the rules and regulations governing the proceedings of the meeting. Limit your speaking contributions to 2 interventions per citizen on a given matter in the interests of time. Unacceptable conduct and prohibited items, and there are consequences to the non-compliance. Unacceptable conduct, no yelling, no fighting, don't hurt each other. Treat each other with kindness like family that we are. Prohibited items, no weapons, no guns, no knives, no hand grenades, rocket launchers, any of those things. If you do have an item that could be considered a weapon that you require for religious or ceremonial purposes to be carried on your person, please present yourself to the Sergeant-at-Arms who will make a determination about that. Sergeant-at-Arms is the handsome gentleman in the red jacket to my left of the stage. He's going to give a big wave. Nope, he's behind him. There he is. Big wave from Sergeant-at-Arms Derek Campbell, who will enforce order for the day. Decision-making procedure today, which is more important than yesterday because we go through citizens' proposals. Decisions are made by ordinary resolution, which means you all raise your hands. It's a vote by show of hands. 50% plus 1 is what it takes to get a motion passed. If it becomes necessary for a secret ballot, there are folks in the room who can make that happen. Hopefully we don't get to that point today. Quorum is established with 100 voting citizens in the room. Today we have 213 as of 8:58, I'm told, so quorum is established. All of your reports today will be presented verbally as required. They are also written and in the books that are in your packages. The citizens' proposal procedure for this afternoon, and I'll go through this again right after lunch, right before we go into them. Citizens' proposals may be made that address a specific issue or topic relevant to the Métis community, clearly explain the suggestion, idea, or recommendation, offer a recommended action or solution, and they must be presented verbally at the citizens' gathering. A proposal will be deemed out of order by the chair if it seeks to implement new legislation, changes or repeals existing laws, or attempts to bind the government, Métis government, its branches, or direct its government officers. Again, to adopt a proposal, they're introduced verbally by a citizen by way of motion. They're seconded by another citizen by way of seconder. The proposal is adopted by ordinary resolution. It goes to a vote. 50% plus 1 is what it takes to pass. Citizens Council then takes those proposals back. They work on them for the rest of the year, and they give you a report through the chair, and I issue that report to you no later than 21 days before the next Citizens Gathering. The report on citizens' proposals for the last year's gathering has been available online for the 21-day requirement as issued by Council. There were no special resolutions submitted this year, so we won't hear any today. The minutes of the gathering will be available within 30 days following the close of the gathering today. What do you think? Should we get started? Very good. So, the first thing on our order of business today is the President's Report, and I will call on our President, President Andrea Sandmaier, to deliver the President's Report for the 2026 Wîcêhtowin Métis Government Citizens Gathering. Please make the President welcome.
Tanse and good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Day 2. Lots to do again today. Yesterday was a full and meaningful day, from the stories shared to the questions that were asked to the reports we heard from every corner of our government. And thank you for showing up in the way that you did, and I look forward to another productive day today. This morning, I'm delivering the President's Report. This is my chance to speak plainly with you about where we have come over the past year, where we are right now, and where we're heading. And I want to start with something simple. We are doing the work. Not always fast enough, but steadily, day after day, our government is doing what it was elected to do, and your voice from this room and from every district across Alberta is what keeps that work honest. Just over a year ago, I sat down at a historic summit with the Prime Minister, 6 federal cabinet ministers, and other Métis leaders. What I told the Prime Minister that day is the same thing I would tell him again today. The Métis Nation helped build this country, and we are ready to help build it again. Our tradespeople are ready to work, our businesses are ready to build, and we are not looking to slow major projects down. We're looking to be a part of them and getting them done. But to do that, we need a seat at the table. Not after the decisions have been made, but from the very beginning. Since that summit, our government has stayed active on that federal file. Our self-government recognition and implementation agreement with Canada must be upheld, respected, and fully implemented. And we continue pushing forward toward the modern-day treaty that our Constitution commits us to, and that our citizens have every right to expect. Minister Rebecca Alty, Canada's Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, who was with us Thursday night and yesterday, has confirmed that continuing to work with our government on full implementation on the self-government treaty is a priority for Canada. That work is ongoing, and I will keep our citizens updated every step of the way. I've also been publicly clear that we would welcome a second Métis Major Project Summit with the Prime Minister, focused on the implementation. Because Canada is moving quickly on major project partnerships across the country, and Métis government should be shaping that work from the beginning, not reacting to it after the fact. On the provincial side, I've continued to meet with Alberta's Minister of Indigenous Relations, the Honourable Rajan Sawhney. My message to Alberta has not changed. As this province moves forward with major project development, our government must be at that table. Our district councils must be at that table. That is not a courtesy. It is a standard that we deserve as a federally recognized Indigenous government. Our government has proposed an interim consultation protocol for major projects in Alberta, a made-in-Alberta solution that gives industry certainty, gives Métis citizens a real voice, and moves this file forward together. That proposal remains on the table, and we're ready to advance it. Part of the work of being a government is telling the truth about our origins as a people. Our nation was born on this land, in the trading posts and the river lots, from Fort Vermilion to Tail Creek, from Lac St. Anne to Jasper, from Rocky Mountain House to St. Paul de Métis, and everywhere in between. Those places are ours. Those stories are ours. And every time I sit down with another government, another minister, another leader, part of my job is to make sure they hear those stories, plainly and truthfully. That includes the hard parts, Métis script, the 60 scoop, residential schools, the dispossession of communities like St. Paul de Métis. If we skip past that history, we cannot ask anyone to walk toward reconciliation with us in a meaningful way. That is why our government continues to invest in initiatives that help our citizens reconnect with their family stories and community histories. Because truth-telling is not a slogan. It is the first foundation of everything else that we do. This year, we took our government out on the road. Our kitchen party tour has been the biggest community-facing initiative of our year. 13 communities across the province, music, dancing, storytelling, and hours of real conversation with the citizens whose lives we are here to serve. What I heard on that tour is what I heard yesterday and what I have heard every day since I was elected. Our citizens want a government that listens, a government that shows up, a government that remembers who it belongs to. I heard your priorities. I heard your frustrations. I heard your pride. And every single one of those conversations has been shaping how we will move into this next year. Over the past year, our government has continued rolling out programs and supports designed by Métis people for Métis people. Every one of our programs is Métis designed and Métis led. Every one of them is answering a need that our citizens have identified. And every one of them is filling gaps that colonial systems left behind. You will hear more from our secretaries, our departments, and our affiliates over the course of today. And of course yesterday, about the specific work in each of those areas. What I want you to take from me this morning is that this work is not slowing down, it's accelerating. Our Citizens Council has continued the steady work of building the structures structures our Constitution calls for. One I want to mention today is Kaskitikek, our Council of Elders and Knowledge Keepers. The Michif name means those that know, and you do. It is a name that reflects the responsibility this council carries, and we are moving from foundational work into implementation. More details on nominations and structure will come to citizens in the months ahead. On the district side, our district councils continue to come to life. As of this spring, 15 district councils are fully operational, with more forming. That means more citizens with local elected leadership close to home. More communities shaping the decisions that affect them. That is what self-government looks like on the ground. This year, we also opened New Beginnings in Edmonton. Our Director of Health spoke about it yesterday. Transitional housing and wraparound supports for Métis citizens and Albertans navigating recovery. I actually visited it a few months ago with our Secretary of Health, and it's an amazing program, and so many good stories already coming out of it. It is the kind of concrete community-facing investment that says something about who we are as a government. When our people need support, our government shows up. So please stay engaged with our government. Vote in your district elections, show up for your district meetings, bring proposals to next year's gathering. And if you have ever thought about running for office or serving on a committee or volunteering, this is your invitation. Because the strength of our government does not come from a name or a building or a title. It comes from the citizens who keep showing up. Our self-government is getting stronger. Our truths are being told out loud, and the ground we are laying today is what our children and grandchildren will build their lives on for tomorrow. None of that happens without you. Not the citizens gathering, not the district councils, not the meetings with the prime minister or premiers, not any of the many programs and services that our governments offer. Your patience, your honesty, your trust are what make this government possible. And I do not take that for granted. Merci, and now let's keep going. Thank you.
Amazing report, Madam President. Thank you. Okay, questions to the report from the President for 2026. Looking to the floor. Everyone still needs some coffee? Seeing no questions, we will carry on, moving on with our agenda. Thank you. Please join me in thanking the President for the report for the last year. All right, next up on your agenda for today, I'll call upon your Chief Electoral Officer, Roxanne Carrier, to deliver the 2025-2026 by-elections report. Chief Carrier, please join me on stage.
Excellent, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your welcome and for the opportunity to speak with you. I serve as your Chief Electoral Officer, and this is the annual report for our office for 2025-2026. This report provides a straightforward assessment of the administration of this year's elections, highlighting achievements, improvements, and opportunity for continued enhancement. Thank you. So let me start by introducing the beautiful spirits who work in our office. We're a small but mighty team. We consist of Marta Shilko, our Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, and Anita Clayton, our Executive Assistant. Much of what you will hear today rests on their work and commitment to our office. My name is Roxanne Carrier, and I was appointed your Chief Electoral Officer in May of this year, succeeding Citizen Del Graff. Those are some big shoes to fill. In addition to our full-time staff, the OCEO also takes on extra staff during elections, such as returning officers, deputy returning officers, and poll workers. Over the next few slides, I will cover our purpose, the 5 pillars of our service, and the legislation under which we operate. The purpose of the OCEO is to ensure elections are fair, impartial, and transparent. Independence is what makes that possible. The OCEO is an arm's-length office, and the Chief Electoral Officer is not an employee of the Ottawa Métis government. There are 5 pillars that guide our service: independent oversight, guidance and supervision, ensuring compliance, promoting confidence, and serving the stakeholders. Practically, this means training and supervising election workers, applying legislation and policy consistently, and running a process that's open enough that citizens can trust its outcome. We are also supported by several departments within the Ottawa Métis government: self-government on transition and district engagement, registry on the voters list and voter verification, finance on election payments and expenses, communications on public information from the notice of votes through to the results, and of course, human resources for recruiting election workers. Everyone contributes to strong, representative, and accountable Métis governance. Our mandate is established by legislation and not by preference. This means our role and responsibilities are defined by Ottawa laws and not by personal, political, or organizational discretion. The 3 pieces of legislation that govern the work of the OCEO are the Elections and Referenda Act, the District Councils Act, and Campaign Finance Regulations. In addition to this legislation, we also follow each district's bylaws, which set the roles and responsibilities of district councils, including the conduct of their elections. Together, these define how every election is planned, administered, and certified, and they are the standard against which you can measure our office. Next, let's focus on the elections that were held during 2025 and 2026. Since the last citizens' gathering, our office facilitated 3 election cycles: early fall 2025, late fall 2025, and the summer 2026 by-elections. A provincial by-election for the women's representative was also held concurrently with the late fall district by-elections. On the screen is a full record of the fall 2025 elections, both early and late. In the early fall cycle, notices of vote were issued in 3 districts: Lac St. Anne, Fort McMurray, and Lesser Slave Lake. These covered the positions of district captain as well as district councillors. Some were decided by vote, a number were acclaimed. In the late fall cycle, we held initial elections in Red Deer and Calgary Nose Hill, and by-elections in St. Paul Cold Lake and Wabasca Desmarais, and a provincial by-election for the women's representative. What I want you to take note of from this table is the results column and how often a seat is acclaimed rather than contested. This is the summer 2026 by-election cycle. It involves 6 districts: Red Deer, Rocky View, St. Albert, Lac La Biche, Athabasca Landing, and Wabasca Desmarais. Again, most of these positions were filled by acclamation rather than by a contested vote. 3 seats could not be filled at all: 2 in Lac La Biche and 1 in Athabasca Landing, where no candidates came forward. Every unfilled seat is a district that is carrying less representation than it's entitled to, and that is why candidate recruitment sits high on our list of priorities for the next year. I want to highlight 5 areas where we made real progress this year. Citizen engagement was strengthened through an open door approach, increased drop-in availability, greater contact with citizens by phone and in person, and regular attendance at candidate forums and community events. To support election delivery, the OCEO relied on internal resources rather than costly external consultants. This approach not only improved efficiency, but also helped to build a strong pool of experienced Métis citizens who are willing and able to support future elections. Significant technological improvements were implemented during the summer by-election cycle. The OCEO collaborated with the IT department to develop a new PIN request form for online voting verification, as well as a comparison tool that streamlines voter verification and improves both speed and accuracy. Election result processing was enhanced through the implementation of stronger procedures for conducting recounts and for certifying official results, increasing consistency and confidence in the electoral process. We were able to post preliminary results within an hour and a half of the close of vote during our summer by-election. The OCEO continued to strengthen its relationship with departments across the Haute-Penobscot Métis government. Ongoing collaboration with registry, self-government, communications, human resources, and finance has supported more effective election administration and improved service delivery to Métis citizens. This year, we're excited to have added IT to our team of collaborators. Thank you all for what you do to help make our office be successful. The OCEO continues to observe challenges in 3 main areas. The first challenge is citizens failing to update their addresses with registry. The OCEO continues to receive a number of returned ballots as undeliverable when citizens have moved. Next, we turn to low candidacy issues. Competitive elections are a cornerstone of democratic governance. When too few candidates run for office, communities may experience reduced voter choice, uncontested elections, and fewer opportunities for diverse viewpoints to be represented in decision-making. Citizens may be discouraged from running for office due to time and financial demands, public scrutiny, lack of experience or information, and concerns about the political environment. Addressing these barriers through education, mentorship, and support can help broaden participation and strengthen democratic representation. Finally, low voter turnout presents a challenge for democratic governance because it can result in decisions being made by a relatively small proportion of eligible voters. Encouraging informed participation remains an important objective for strengthening the electoral process. Low voter turnout often reflects a combination of factors, including limited awareness, competing demands on voters' times, and declining civic engagement. Addressing these challenges requires sustained efforts to inform, engage, and empower citizens to participate in the democratic process. The first 4 years of the Otipemisiwak Métis government has flown by, and now we are poised to choose our representatives for the next 4 years. With our second general election approaching, we have an opportunity to strengthen democracy through greater citizen participation. We need citizens to engage in the electoral process by considering candidacy and by exercising their right to vote. The more people that step forward to serve and the more voters that participate in elections will make our nation will benefit from broader representation, greater choice, and stronger democratic outcomes. Every candidate and every vote contributes to building a government that reflects and responds to our nation. The OCEO is working on strategic planning so we can offer the best support possible to make the 2027 general election a great success. We are looking at initiatives to encourage youth participation, holding candidate information sessions to provide citizens with the information they need to feel comfortable to come forward and choose to lead, as well as working on new accessibility measures to provide voters with greater choice and flexibility in how they participate, particularly with in-person voting. Please stay tuned for more exciting developments. The Otipemisiwak Constitution makes clear our commitment to Kapakasnau. Sorry if I pronounce that wrong. Or we will talk. The OCEO embraces this notion, and we encourage citizens to reach out to us anytime with questions or suggestions. On the screen, you will see our email address and phone number. And I am also happy to share my business card with all citizens who want to contact me directly. Our door is open year-round, not only during an election cycle. That brings my report to a close. Thank you for your time and for your attention. Your participation as voters, as candidates, and as citizens is what gives these elections their meaning. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you. Sure.
Okay, thank you again, Chief Carrier. Appreciate the report on the 2025-2026 by-elections. Looking to the microphones for questions to the Chief Electoral Officer on the report. Seeing folks appearing to approach microphone number 1.
Alan from Lac La Biche. I had a good sleep, all by myself again. Anyways, I just want to say I really believe in democracy. It's a little concerning when I see all those acclaim, you know. And I think, like, I believe in democracy, and I think if we want to make a difference, a change, we should get involved and vote. And I always say, if you don't vote, don't complain.
Good commentary from Mr. Boucher. Government by the people, for the people, only works if the people come, I guess. Microphone number 1.
Rhonda Baglow from Calgary-Albo, Métis District. I'm encouraged to hear that you're concerned with level of voter turnout. That is a huge concern. I've been involved in the elections process both as a candidate and as a voter, and it is quite concerning when we look at, say, a provincial election where we've got almost 65,000 eligible voters. They get their ballot packages, so there's postage attached to that, to prepaid, and we get something like a 4% voter turnout. That's terrible. So as a district councillor, I would be interested in hearing more specifically how we in the districts can work with the Chief Electoral Office to engage and increase voter turnout. because I agree with the former comment is, I see a lot of engagement here, but how do we, transfer that out to our districts when there are elections?
Thank you, Councillor Bagwell. Chief Electoral Officer. You're good.
Oh, it's just already on. Thank you for that question. You're right. It's very concerning that the majority of our positions are claimed. So our big initiative for the 2027 general election is getting out and helping voters understand, first of all, the electronic voting system a little better, showing people how easy it is actually to do that. We have seen, our office has been concerned also about sending out the mail-in ballots and how expensive that is. But unfortunately, that is part of the Elections and Referenda Act, and we do not have the ability to kind of sidestep that method of voting. It has to be done. So that is where we're saying we really need to make sure that citizens are updating their addresses so that their ballots are reaching them. We do receive, I would say, the highest percentage of the voting is done by mail, which is great. But like I said, we're still receiving a lot of them that come back. We also we're working on some good initiatives for in-person voting. And I know that there's a lot of citizens that feel that voting in person it just feels a little more meaningful to some people versus sending it a ballot through the mail or punching something in on their phone. So we're really working on some ideas on how to engage and make in-person voting a little bit more accessible for people. I don't want to get into too much detail on that just because we don't have the details of that hammered out yet. So those details will be coming shortly in the beginning of the new year. We're going to be starting to put our strategic plan into place early in advance of the general election.
Very good. Thank you, Chief Carrier. Microphone number 2, Captain Hanley, and then we'll go last question to number 3.
Okay. Captain Hanley, Lac St. Anne District. Very proud of our electoral system, and I think that we've had a lot of good faith participation. But I have very deep concerns with how accessible our elections are. There's no financial accessibility for provincial-wide elections. There's no tax write-offs for any donations, and absurdly high individual donation limits. We're literally set up for the worst sort of interference. Are there plans or ability to be able to alter these things, like especially the individual donation limits, given that none of these are tax deductible? And we don't have any affordable way for candidates to access the entire province during an election. So if you have a provincial candidate, how can the whole province see who these people are when we don't have a system of forums and engagements with the public for these people to be able to interact with the voters?
Chief Carrier.
Okay, so there is a limited amount of interjection that our office can make for those things. We simply follow the rules that are laid out in the legislation. So if those are concerns that the citizens have, then there has to be petitions made to change the legislation. Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Chief Carrier. Last question to microphone number 3, Mr. Fayant.
Thank you very much. The obvious, it's the Chief Electoral Officer. So my question is, when is the next election, or when do you have a set date, time, or something like that? Just asking.
So for the general election, the last two, according to the Elections and Referenda Act, it's the last Tuesday, sorry, of the month of September is when the full election will be finished, will be closed. We will be sending out the notice of vote probably in early May next year for all of those details to be laid out. Again, part of our strategic planning is going to be looking at the amount of time that we have for the nomination process and also for the length of time for the voting period. So we don't have that stuff just completely measured out yet, but that stuff we're going to be starting to roll out that information at the beginning of January.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. Thank you, Chief Carrier. Please join me in thanking Chief Carrier for delivering 2025.
Excuse me,
2026
Mr.
Cloud
Chair.
So if you want to bring your question to the chief after, or we can defer it into the afternoon, we do have to get into the Judicial Tribunal report, and every minute we take away from that takes away from the citizens' proposal. So if you want to hold your question until after lunch, we can come back to it if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, the next order of business for today is the Judicial Branch report. I will call on Chairperson Lionel Chartrand of the Judicial Tribunal, as well as the Judicial Tribunal members to join me on stage to deliver their report for this year. Please join me in making them feel welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, elders, President Sandmaier, dignitaries, and citizens. This is my third year as chairperson of the Judicial Tribunal, and I'm honored to attend this year's citizens gathering in District 21. I also want to acknowledge that we're meeting within the Lesser Slave Lake territory of the nation and within the geographic area of Treaty 8. Joining me are members of the tribunal, and I'm honored to and lucky to be chairing an incredible mix of members. We have an incredible clerk, Lindsay Henderson. I'm not sure exactly where she is, though. She's waving to your left. She's very experienced, having come from the Provincial Court of Alberta, very diligent, dedicated, hardworking, and is a tremendous help. I'd like to introduce you to some of our members. Corinne Willier from our local area here, Lesser Slave Lake member. And Shay Taylor, a Peace River member. And Janice Cunningham from the lower Athabasca River. We also have Adam Letourneau from Battle River. He was not able to be here today, sends his regrets. And we have a vacant position for the North Saskatchewan River District. I'd like to first read a formal report and then deliver some personal thoughts. First, a summary of the Judicial Tribunal duties. The Judicial Tribunal is the judicial decision-making body of the Ottipis-Samoak Métis government. The tribunal has the authority to decide and prescribe the resolution of disputes regarding citizenship, election of leadership, validity, application and interpretation of Ottipis-Samoak Métis government laws and regulations, and the actions, inactions, or decisions of the Ottipis-Samoak Métis government and its institutions. As such, the Judicial Tribunal plays an important role in ensuring that the principles of justice are upheld and that our new Ottipis-Samoak Métis government remains transparent and accountable. During the 2025-2026 reporting year, the Judicial Tribunal has been very busy exercising its authority as the judicial decision-making body of the Ottipis-Samoak Métis government. The Tribunal received 6 applications between April 1st, 2025 and March 31st, 2026. Of the 6 applications received, 1 application was filed past the legislated deadline and was not accepted. 1 application was withdrawn by the applicant. The remaining 4 applications were heard by way of written submissions, and final decisions were issued by the Judicial Tribunal. The Tribunal published 6 decisions, 2 of which were interim procedural decisions on the type of evidentiary submissions that the Tribunal would be accepting to support the party's application and defense, and 4 of which were final decisions that resulted in the completion and closure of the files. In terms of administration and management operations, the Judicial Tribunal has continued to strengthen its processes and procedures. The tribunal members make regular use of email communication and follow up at scheduled meetings where the agenda is divided into consideration of formal applications and general operations. Having observed the importance of some of the disputes and issues brought before us, the tribunal members engaged in discussions respecting numerous operational, management, educational, and procedural issues. These discussions highlighted the importance of developing consistent protocols, rules, and operational procedures that reflect the values of our citizens and are consistent with the intent of the framers of our Constitution and the operational framework of the Ottipemisiwak Métis government. The Judicial Tribunal received records of deliberations of the Ottipemisiwak Métis government in debating the Constitution and legislation, providing the Tribunal with further insight into the purpose and rationale underlying the current legislation. In interpreting its foundational documents, the Tribunal considers it crucial to understand the wishes and intent of the community it serves. During the reporting period, the Judicial Tribunal also saw changes to its composition. The member for Battle River, John Phillips, completed his 2-year term in January 2026. The new member for Battle River Territory, Adam Letourneau, was appointed to a 4-year term at the February 16, 2026 meeting of the Citizens Council. Recently, there were initially there were two-year terms appointed for members. This is to be able to provide staggering of the normal 4-year terms, and I'm pleased to report that 2 of our members whose 2-year terms had expired, Corinne Willier and Janice Cunningham, were reappointed. They're valuable members, and we're all happy to see them back. I'd like to make some personal thoughts and observations, and I want to acknowledge the multi-year process that went into our new constitution to create a better nation and governance structure. I'm aware that there were many town halls throughout our nation, and citizens had the opportunity and took the opportunity to speak up and provide us with insight into their wishes. And this resulted in the long process of creating the Constitution, which was approved with an incredible majority, and legislation was provided. So at the tribunal, we get to see through applications, these laws are referenced, and we get the opportunity to see the wisdom of our citizens in providing foundational policies and goals and ideas. And we're honored to be the ones to have to deliberate and decide how these policies and visions can manifest themselves in real everyday type decisions. It is a challenge, and I'm really happy that our tribunal has a broad mix of people. We have members, young and old. I'm at the older end of the scale. And we have young moms with children. We have elders with a lot of experience, with government experience. We have academics. We have people with law enforcement and with legal background. So it makes for very good discussions, because I feel it represents a lot of our citizens and their views and their thoughts. And I can say that to every member, I feel that they really have the best interests of the Métis Nation at heart and in mind, and take their job very seriously. and I'm very honored to chair this wonderful group, and also including our very dedicated clerk, who is really instrumental. It's a hard job with communications. She has to receive not only applications but inquiries from our nation, organize meetings. There's a lot of filing and organization to do. Totally valuable. It would be very hard to function without someone as dedicated as her in that role. There's lots that I could say. I think the one other thing is the framers of the legislation contemplated a focus on mediation to resolve disputes, and so we have the job of working together and engaging with the Citizens Council in an arm's length manner to try to flesh out how can we best do that in an efficient and functional way. So we have a number of projects. Another current topic of the day is the topic of legal assistance to our membership, because our legislation is new, and for a lot of people, the process is unfamiliar to them. Now, our website has information forms and it has guides on how to fill out an application. But it's not always easy, especially for those who feel they don't really have legal training. So the issue comes up, how do we help them? As a tribunal, we have a mandate to be accessible, but we have to decide on our own where's that line where we're helpful, provide good advice, bordering the other end of the spectrum of possibly being seen as helping a litigant and possibly inadvertently giving the impression of favoritism or bias because we're helping them, and the image it might give to the other litigant. So we're kind of in a difficult situation. So we're having discussions on that topic because it would be good to have a separate body, separate from us, to be able to give that guidance for people who are familiar with our process, because we would like to do justice. We're motivated to look at the legislation, to look at the wishes and the heart of the nation, and make good decisions. And we'd like to help the litigants put their best foot forward, but we can't really get too involved and become essentially their lawyers. So there's a lot of important projects that we're putting our best minds to deliberate, and I'm confident that we'll have good solutions in the future. With that, I think I'll close, and I thank you for listening, and it's my honor to present today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Chartrand. Okay, questions to the floor for the Judicial Tribunal report? Don't see anyone approaching a mic. Oh, here we go. Microphone number 3, Representative Dunfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shannon Dunfield, District 13. Thank you, Chair Chartrand, for that report. The question I have, and I guess a little bit of clarification just from what I heard, is is that citizens who have come forward to the JT with concerns are needing their own legal counsel now. And I want to understand that a little bit. So can you clarify? That's kind of what I was hearing.
Are you saying you were hearing from other people, or?
No, that's what I heard from what you said, is that there's questions about legal counsel being needed for citizens who have put concerns to the JT. And so I want to understand, is that what you said? Because that's kind of what I heard.
Sure, I'm happy to expand on that. I talked about the need for legal assistance. I didn't necessarily mean counsel in the terms of, sometimes people use the word counsel to mean a lawyer. Now, anyone is free to to retain a lawyer to represent them. Like that's okay if they wish to do that. But what I was referring to is a service available of people who are familiar with the process to assist them. They don't have to be a lawyer. As a tribunal, we have an oath of fairness, and we don't have an attitude of looking at technicalities to decide cases. So even if an application isn't presented in a perfect way, we try to do what's right. So of course, a litigant may do well to have a lawyer. Like right now, there's no legal aid type of system to provide lawyers, but anyone applying or coming before the judicial tribunal is free to have a lawyer. But what I was mainly talking about is the need to have a service to explain the basic process, what forms need to be filled out, and what type of evidence needs to be brought, and in what form. That type of thing. So there's rules of procedure, and so I think it would be helpful to have someone there to help explain the guidelines and to give suggestions. Does that answer your question?
Very good. Thank you, Chair Chartrand. Microphone number 2.
Archie Arcan, District 11, St. Albert. I'm just wondering, is any part of this process made public? For example, if a decision is rendered, will that be shared with the public, or is it all in confidence?
No, it's shared, it's posted to the website. The decisions are available online, so you can look them up under the judicial branch section on the website.
Thank you.
Microphone number 3, Sylvia.
Thank you. I just had a question, Sylvia Johnson from Peace River area. My question is, the average citizen, Métis citizen, if they have a complaint and they weren't treated properly or something by, just say for example, our housing or something, I'm just making that up, I don't know. Anyway, with that, and you get no answer, or you get no satisfaction out of that, or you don't get any resolution, it's kind of intimidating for them to then go to the to your tribunal. They don't know if they should, they don't know if they could, they don't know if that's overreaching, they don't know anything about it. It's confusing for the average citizen to do that. And then if there's any kind of a meeting about it, whatever, is there any travel for the citizen to attend? There's all kinds of questions about it, and it's not clear. In fact, it's kind of not known to everybody that there is this judicial tribunal that they could approach. And the other question is, are they able to approach it, and under what, like you were saying, Lionel, under what the rules are there, and under what categories and that. So if there would be some more information, it would really be helpful to the ordinary citizen who wants to pursue going forward with use and ask if they could.
Thank you for those concerns. First, I'd like to say that the website provides quite a bit of information on the rules of procedure, the laws. All the laws are reprinted, so someone can read for example, the Code of Ethics Act. They can read the legislation to see what's allowed and what's prohibited. So there's a lot that can be done online. Secondly, a person can phone the clerk of the judicial branch. That's Lindsay Henderson, and I know that she's very, very helpful as much as she can be. Of course, there's limits. So if someone is confused, like you say, about travel or how does that work, Lindsay can answer those questions. Now, I recognize the concerns you bring, and it's valid that it would be nice to have a more independent person or body to go the extra distance for those citizens who feel they don't really have the expertise or know-how to fill out the forms and what kind of evidence they bring. Like some other issues, you know, that is something that we're working on, and hopefully in the future there'll be a better understanding of what the laws are and what the process are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Chartrand. We're going to go to microphone number 2. I want to warn the folks at the microphones, we are now eating into your breaks, so let's be a little concise if we could.
I
Microphone
will.
number 2.
Good morning, Brenda Joyce Sinclair, Edmonton South, from Old Town. Just had to say that, from Slave Lake. I have a suggestion. I have a question. In hearing the concerns about providing a sub-level of support, would there be funding available to provide a proposal that would do a call out to all the districts for an individual who would be interested in learning about our system and providing supports as a paralegal for people coming forward with judicial issues and requiring help? I ask just because I do paralegal work, and it's, you know, they call me before they call the lawyer, and I provide the lawyer with what they need. And so that's a suggestion I have, that maybe your tribunal or the department can provide funding that would allow people to come forward who are interested and get training in it, and then they could be recognized within their district as someone to go to and call. Go ahead.
Our tribunal would be happy to work with the Citizens Council to explore such ideas, and of course we're very open-minded, and we'd be happy to consult from our experience and applications coming forward and what we feel is needed. And of course, like many issues, it's good to have input from different segments of our nations, from citizens, from administrators, from those with experience in the system. So definitely, there's many good ideas out there on how these types of services could be delivered, and certainly I feel having the services of a paralegal who learns and becomes knowledgeable of the Wîcêhtowin Métis government laws and process and procedures in the tribunal, that would be a valuable service. So whatever I can do as chair to work with parties in an arm's length independent manner, I'm happy to do that, and I know that my fellow members also are. Thank you.
I'd be happy to bring that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda Joy. Quick one to microphone number 3. Go ahead, Representative Dudfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to our citizen from Old Town, because that was actually going to be one of the suggestions, was that there's a potential for a citizen's proposal to come forward to expand the offices of the Judicial Tribunal to provide those supports to our people, because it sounds like that's absolutely needed. So I'm looking forward to that proposal, and I think it's really timely, especially as Citizens Council is, going to be looking at legislative review of all of our laws to support some of these things that we've heard today from Chair Chartrand on some of the things that we need to develop. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Microphone number 3. Please join me in thanking the Judicial Tribunal for their report on the 2026 year. Okay, before we go to break, I'm going to quickly give an update. I'm going to ask AV to find the slide for the Office of the Ombudsman. I've lost it. There we go. I'm going to give a status update on the Office of the Ombudsman. This brief update is intended to provide an overview of the current status of the Office of the Ombudsman. As the chair is a separate officer independent from the Office of the Ombudsman, I won't be in a position to answer questions, simply because I don't have any additional information. Further detail on the update can be found on the Wîcêhtowin Métis government website under the Ombudsman page. QR code is also in your printed report on page 76, which will take you right to it. Since May 21st, 2026, the Office of the Ombudsman has been vacant, which is why an update on the status of the Office of the Ombudsman is being presented by me this year as the chair in place of the Ombudsman report. The process to recruit and appoint a new Ombudsman is currently underway. While that process is in progress, the Office of the Ombudsman is in a caretaker state. During this period, the acting Ombudsman, whose appointment was confirmed by Citizens Council and restricted to a caretaking role, continues to monitor communications directed to official Ombudsman channels, but active investigations are on pause. With respect to the recruitment process, applications have closed for the role of the Ombudsman and shortlisted applicants are being reviewed, with interviews expected to take place over the coming weeks. With the assistance of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Human Resources Department, the Citizens Council Nominations Committee will review applicants to select a suitable candidate for recommendation to Council for appointment. Once the Nominations Committee has made their recommendation to Council regarding a suitable candidate, the Citizens Council as a whole will consider the recommendation and appoint an individual for the balance of the current term until the 2027 general election. Once an individual has been appointed, taken their oath of office, and has been onboarded into their role, the Office of the Ombudsman will return to full operations. It is anticipated that a qualified candidate will be selected by mid-September, supporting the continued independent oversight and service provided through the Office of the Ombudsman. So that is the status update for the Office of the Ombudsman. That takes us to 10:10, which puts us a little over our break time. So we are going to recess for 10 minutes. We're going to come back at 10:20 and get started. Folks, take as much time as you need, but we're going to start at 10:20 with or without folks. So we are at recess till 10:20. Okay, folks. Big round of applause for our intrepid press secretary, Kenny Trenton, for delivering the 2-minute warning for me. And I'll look to the acting chair to rejoin me and we'll get started. Okay, next on your order of business for this morning is the annual Citizens Council report. So I will call on our president, President Andrea Sandmaier, to deliver the report from Citizens Council on the work undertaken over the last year. Madam President, if you'd like to join me on stage. Here she comes again. Clap, folks.
Tanse, everyone. Thank you once again for joining us for day 2 of our citizens gathering, and those that are online. Thank you. Thank you for your continued engagement, and I know we've already covered a lot of ground. We have a little bit more to do. Not a little, a lot. This summer will mark 3 years since the first Citizens Council of the Otipemisiwak Métis government was sworn in. Since then, we have and continue the important work of bringing to life the government that you as citizens have fought hard to build. I'm incredibly pleased to present this year's annual council report, not just as president, but as a member of Citizens Council as well. The Citizens Council is composed of 25 democratically elected representatives, including the president, the women's representative, the youth representative, and 1 citizens representative from each of the 22 districts. Collectively, council members represent the voices and perspectives of the diverse Métis Nation within Alberta, helping to shape decisions and advance initiatives that benefit all citizens and strengthen the Métis Nation within Alberta as a whole. Your Citizens Council represents the diversity of our nation across geography, age, gender, lived experience, and community connection. You have trusted us to be your voice at the table and to make responsible decisions that balance the needs of the community today with the opportunities of the future. Our responsibility is to be your voice, to bring your priorities forward, to make decisions that balance the needs of today with the opportunities of the future. And as you'll see in the Citizens Council report, we've been working hard over the last year to do just that. Over the past year, Citizens Council convened 12 regular meetings alongside numerous information sessions, briefings, and workshops. Together, we've debated legislation, strengthened our governance processes, advanced committee work, and continued building the institutions that will serve citizens for generations to come. And as always, the minutes from every Citizens Council meeting are publicly available through our public registry on the website, because transparency and accountability remain fundamental to who we are. One of our most important responsibilities is creating the laws and the frameworks that guide our government. This year, we took a significant step toward making our government more open and accessible through the approval of the live streaming and recording regulation. For the first time, citizens can now watch council meetings live or access recordings afterward, making it easier than ever to stay informed about the decisions being made on their behalf. We've also made substantial progress towards developing a Privacy Act, which will establish clear protections for the collection, use, and safeguarding of Métis citizens' personal information. At the same time, we've continued improving how legislation is developed by making it easier for council members to bring forward ideas and transform them into well-developed laws. Committee work continues to be one of the driving forces behind the progress we've made this year. This year, the committee completed a province-wide citizen survey to better understand participation in trapping and help inform future governance and program development. Meanwhile, our nomination committee has strengthened the appointment process across government by introducing new screening tools, maintaining rigorous merit-based evaluations, and ensuring appointments continue to reflect fairness, transparency, and accountability. This work This year, that work has also included nominating a new Chief Electoral Officer and new member of the Judicial Tribunal. The Emergency Management Committee has continued advocating for distinctions-based emergency funding and Métis-led emergency response structures, while supporting the development of additional emergency programs and resources for our communities. We've also continued making tremendous progress in strengthening our communities at the district level. Through the work of the District Relations and Transition Committee, 15 district councils have now been established, 19 districts have finalized their bylaws, 16 have elected district captains, and 15 have elected their district councils. These milestones represent remarkable progress as we continue building strong local governance for our nation. On the cultural front, the Artifact Repatriation Committee continues the important work of bringing Métis history home. Over the past year, the committee has explored funding opportunities, identified items that may be eligible for repatriation, and continued building relationships with institutions like the Royal Alberta Museum and the Glenbow Museum. This work is about far more than returning artifacts. It is about reclaiming our stories, preserving our heritage, and ensuring future generations have access to the history that belonged to them. As a council, we've also continued strengthening the foundations of our government. One of our most important priorities remains establishing Kaskitikik, our Council of Elders and Knowledge Keepers. Over the past year, we focused on developing the regulatory framework and operational processes that will support this important advisory body. Kaskitikik reflects our commitment to ensuring the wisdom, lived experiences, and teachings of elders and knowledge keepers continue to guide our government. Citizens will soon have the opportunity to nominate individuals for this important role, helping build a process rooted in fairness, transparency, and community. This year also marked an important addition to our council. Following the 2025 by-election, we were proud to welcome Gabrielle Blatz as our new women's representative. Gabrielle brings extensive experience in public service, municipal leadership, healthcare, and community advocacy, and I know she will make tremendous contributions on behalf of the Métis women and families across Alberta. We're grateful to have her voice and leadership at our council table. Our work is far from finished. Building a government isn't something that happens overnight. It takes patience, collaboration, and an unwavering commitment to improving with every passing year. As your Citizens Council, we remain committed to listening, asking difficult questions, strengthening our institutions, and ensuring our government continues to reflect the values and aspirations of our citizens. Every decision we make is guided by the understanding that what we are building today will serve generations of Métis citizens long into the future. Before I close, I want to thank every member of Citizens Council for your dedication, your leadership, and the countless hours you've devoted to serving our nation. And most importantly, I want to thank you, our citizens, for continuing to place your trust in us, for holding us accountable, and for walking alongside us as we continue building something truly historic together. Thank you. Merci.
All right, so any questions for Madam President on the Citizens Council report? All right, nailed it.
Oh, not quite.
Oh, here we go. Thank you. So Mike, number one.
Okay, this is not really a yes or no answer, so I'm not expecting much of it. It's a personal observation. Myself, there's nobody stronger than wanting a self-sustained government that is recognized. My concern is the thought given when decisions are being made. And that being, okay, we've got citizen reps that bring concerns here, right? Fair enough. Now, before the regions disappeared, what was happening is like Region 3 would have an AGM. At that AGM, you'd have Rocky Mountain House, Lethbridge, Medicine Hat, Pincher Creek. They would send their locals with reports. I would be able to see what's happening in their community, what their griefs are. Is it the same as my grief? I mean, I live on a farm in District 4, so it's not like I'm affiliated anywhere. But when you took that away, you took that connection, that personal connection away, and it leaves certain people to feel isolated, because who's got their, you know, concerns? I mean, I learned about the South there with the harvesting and things of that nature by interacting with people at that Region 3 AGM. I know it's a big province. I know it'd be tough to do, but the thing is, when it was broken up like that, I still had better contact. I could understand the concerns of Lethbridge, the concerns of Rocky Mountain House. I could see it. I could relate to it in some cases. I could disagree with it in some cases. But I think it's important when the government makes decisions, what the after effect will be to the citizens. You don't want to isolate citizens. You don't want citizens fighting with each other, because the government loves that. As long as we're fighting each other, that's one less thing they have to worry about. They can drag their feet. But I think it's very important when this government makes decisions on changing something, that there is a human aspect to the result. How do we maintain the personal connections between Rocky Mountain House and Lethbridge and Cold Lake? You want to bring those people together so the decisions made keep them in mind, not just certain aspects that suits this government's agenda, because there's more to it than just 22 districts, 23 districts. There is something else happening when we had individual regions. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Would you care to respond? Or?
Thank you for that. I understand what you're saying. It's very frustrating and can be isolating when we're going into something, building something new. When the Constitution was being developed, these are the things that our citizens asked for, was that we had more representation within the province, and that's, you know, why we went from 6 regions to 22 districts. But I understand, you know, when the regions were there and you were all kind of working together, it's something different. And I have said this to district captains, you know, there's nothing stopping you from still doing things together. You can still do that. Your citizens' representatives are there to take your concerns and bring them back to our council. But again, the Constitution laid out what our citizens asked for in going from 6 regions to 22 districts. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing no movement to the microphone. Okay, well, thank you, President Sandmaier, for the update on Citizens Council. Okay, and next up on the agenda, we have self-government and transition. I believe it's the same person, so we'll call up on President Andrea Sandmaier once again.
It's me again. I hold the self-government portfolio for our government, and this portfolio is central to the work our government does each day and every day throughout the year. It touches every aspect of who we are as a nation. Because self-government is not one file among many, it is the reason we are all here. Otpimswak, the people who own themselves. It is not a slogan, it is our identity. The right to govern ourselves was not something that was given to us by Canada. Rather, it is the core of who we are. to whom we have always been. Canada spent generations refusing to acknowledge our rights as a self-determining Indigenous government. This is the wall we have been pushing up against for generations. But I'm proud to say that we are making progress. Today, the Métis Nation within Alberta works tirelessly to advance our rights, to start to reconcile hundreds of years of being pushed to the shadows, forced to hide our identity. The self-government portfolio is a key part of this fight. Last year, at our gathering, we spoke about the fact that our Otipemisiwak Métis Constitution had come into force, that our first Citizens Council had been elected, that we were transitioning into a new structure our citizens overwhelmingly voted for. This year, I can tell you what a year of doing that work actually looks like. It looks like putting a constitution into practice, not just on paper. It looks like passing laws that allows us to put our governance into action and then building the systems, staff, and processes that let those laws actually operate. It looks like standing up 16 district councils in communities across Alberta with newly approved bylaws which align with our constitution, with the remaining districts still forming, so that our citizens have local elected leadership close to home. It looks like holding Canada to what it signed onto in our self-government recognition and implementation agreement, and pushing forward toward a modern-day treaty that will lock in what our citizens have earned. It looks like transition, and transition is not glamorous. It is thousands of small, careful decisions that most people never see. None of this happens because one person willed it. It happens because we have a self-government team under the leadership of Senior Director Garrett Tomlinson that carries this work forward every single day. It happens because of the transition team led by Nicole Shepherd that has been doing the detailed, unrelenting work of moving our government from what we were to what we are becoming. It happens because of the departments across our whole administration who have kept building even when the road felt long. A lot of the hardest work in government is invisible. I want everyone in this room to know that we see it and we appreciate it. The road ahead of us is still long, but every law we pass, every district council we stand up, every citizen we bring into this work is another step our ancestors would have wanted us to take. They fought for what we have today. Our job is now to keep going. Now, to walk you through the work of the past year and where we are headed next, I want to hand it over to Senior Director Garrett Tomlinson, and Transition Manager Nicole Shepherd will be on stage with him to answer any transition-related questions. Please join me in welcoming Garrett and Nicole.
Okay, thank you for the eloquent introduction to the work of the department, Madam President. As you mentioned, my name is Garrett Tomlinson. I'm the Senior Director of the Self-Government Department, and let's just get into it. So I'll go through an introduction. I'll talk a bit about the department, the work we do. I'll talk about the 2025-26 key areas of work that we've done, and I'll talk about what we're looking at next for work as well. So the Self-Government Department is responsible for managing the ongoing transition to the governance structure, providing administrative support to governing bodies and public officials, and supporting the development of the Otipemisiwak Métis government policies and regulations. We have a few operational teams within our department that all handle a combination of different aspects of the department's responsibilities. Our department wears many hats, often all at once, as you've seen an example of today. And while the workload is substantial, we take great pride in what we do. Everyone cares very deeply within our department. So within the department, there are 4 operational areas. There's the transition team, which supports the transition from the previous governance structure as the Métis Nation of Alberta to the new Otipemisiwak Métis government governance structure established in the Constitution. There's the government administration team, which develops, coordinates, and manages the administrative systems that support the effective operation of your government. And this team also supports the administrative functioning of Citizens Council, the clerks, the Judicial Tribunal, and the district councils operationally. Strategic Governance Team provides strategic advice to the Otipemisiwak Métis government officials, leads key communications efforts across the government, and supports the advocacy and government relations efforts of elected officials. The Governance and Policy Team, which is now called the Legislative Services Team, provides the policy and legislative support during the development of new laws, policies, and administrative processes, and assists with ongoing governance, development efforts, and projects. The 2025-2026 key areas of work that were undertaken by the department, we've got the transition team who successfully facilitated the establishment of 16 district councils, supported 4 additional districts to develop fully approved district bylaws, and become ready for transition from locals to districts, and they're assisting 2 districts in progressing towards their individual transition goals. Looking to the future, they're working towards the transition and wind down of the former regions wherever possible, and formalizing the transition of the MNA affiliates to Otipemisiwak Métis government institutions. Supporting elected officials, Citizens Council and Cabinet, the Self-Government Department supported 12 Citizens Council meetings from April to March, along with several information sessions, briefings, and workshops. Minutes from all the Citizens Council meetings are available online in the public registry. To help improve communications between departments and the Citizens Council, the Government Administration Team collaborated with the Governance and Policy Team to create a user guide with an accompanying briefing note template just to streamline those operations. Strategic Governance drew on the experience in government and public affairs to provide citizens representatives with guidance and support in their involvement in external government, involvement with external government and partners. The team also prepared elected officials for public and media engagements and collaborates across government to promote important initiatives and developments. A significant area of work and body of work that's very important to the department and very important to Citizens Council is the Qiskiit Council, where the department supported Citizens Council on their work developing a council of elders and knowledge keepers, which was a major element of the Self-Government Act and the Constitution and a significant priority for 2025-2026. They designed a fair and transparent nominations process that prioritized inclusivity, community engagement, and overall ensuring that Métis values are holistically incorporated into the documents. Administrative and legislative support was given to Cabinet to help progress the work on developing a regulatory framework for the Council so that it can become operational in this fiscal year. You can read more about the Qiskiit Council in the 2026 Citizens Council report that's in your books. We additionally are supporting legislative development under the Legislative Services Team. We aided in the implementation of the Livestream and recording regulation upon it coming into force in early 2026, which allows all the Citizens Council meetings to now be recorded and posted online and shared during the meetings while they're happening. As a shared responsibility between the Governance and Policy Team and the Government Administration Teams and the Clerk of Citizens Council, that work is fairly detailed and included assessing the regulation feasibility and policy implications, preparing briefing materials, collecting and communicating the feedback from Citizens Council to Cabinet on the regulation, and ensuring the regulation was deposited in the public registry so citizens can get a look and give their input, and coordinating with other departments to execute the required administrative and logistical procedures. I gotta say, it is always more complicated than you think it is. It's not as easy as just YouTubing a meeting. So, looking at what's next with respect to the work that we have to do. Sorry, I stopped flipping my notes. So this past February marked 3 years since Canada signed the Métis Nation with an Alberta Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement. But our existence as a nation and our journey to self-government in Alberta began long before that. The values and principles it sets out remain the guiding framework for our team's efforts to helping the Otipemisiwak Métis government achieve the goal of self-government that our Métis ancestors fought so hard for. While this presentation and report highlights the key areas of work for the department and summarizes a lot of the notable activities during the 2025-26 fiscal period, there's a lot more items to highlight that are ongoing items that are going to be upcoming. So looking at what's next, Citizens Council passed a motion directing the administration to draft a bill in consultation with the Secretary of Youth, Sport and Gender Equity to amend the Self-Government Act to establish a Youth Council of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. District captains asked that we collaborate to find a solution to citizen registry data access for district councils so they can better represent Métis citizens in the districts, which required an amendment to the District Councils Act. For the last year, our team has collaborated with legal counsel. I went over my own time. Tyler's going to give me the hook. Yeah, I took away his stop note, so he can't stop me. So for the last year, our team has collaborated with Legal Counsel and Citizens Council to draft a bill for the Privacy and Protection of Personal Information Act. All 3 of these bills have now received first reading by Citizens Council, and the department will work to support the citizen consultation processes and ongoing work to advance those bills through the legislative process. supporting the Kaskita nomination processes to formalize the recognition and roles of Elders and Knowledge Keepers Council that was envisioned in the Constitution will be a priority for the coming months. And all that is to say that the work of the Self-Government Department is as varied as it is complex. But overall, we continue to position ourselves to evolve to the ever-shifting needs and priorities of our growing government. And ultimately, that's only possible because of the amazing specialists who work within the department. They work long hours, tirelessly to support this work because they all care very deeply about our nation and the goals that you, the citizens, have set out in the Constitution and laws. You will find the vast majority of the Self-Government Department staff at the front of the room today at those tables over there. They're amazing. Please show them your gratitude for all of the work they do. I couldn't do it without them. In addition to all the things I've talked about, a lot of the business that happens in this room every year is because of those folks there. So everything that happens here today, largely because of them. And again, please join me in thanking them for all of those efforts. With that, I'll turn it over back to the acting chair, and we're available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions on the self-government transition report? I got caught last time, so I'm going to make sure this time. Nobody's moving. Oh. Yeah, okay, go ahead, mic one.
Teresa Houle, District 15. I'm just not quite understanding how this transition works today. Like, are we filling out financial reports to the federal government and the provincial under Métis Nation, and how long does the transition take?
Panel.
Hi, Teresa. So the transition from the society that was the MNA to the Ottawa Métis government, it's a long process and there isn't a defined timeline. We do still do our financials as a society, and our Auditor General and Secretary of Treasury can walk through that a bit later today. We do have the M&A framework agreement with the Government of Alberta that is enduring, although Government of Alberta is always a wild card with what the future could look like. For the federal government's perspective, they've renewed the interim fiscal financing arrangement, which supports self-government and the path that we're on. But ultimately, what we need to get to is a final self-government agreement, a final treaty with the Government of Canada, and a fiscal financing arrangement, which then becomes a transfer agreement, which gives this government the authority then to expend all of its funds in the way that you, the citizens, direct, as opposed to in the way the Government of Canada directs. So that's the pathway. I can't give you a timeline because there is no timeline. The federal government doesn't set one out. Some of it relies on political will, some of it relies on availability of Treasury, and some of it relies on just sheer disorganization within the Government of Canada, because as you've seen, they're not very good at very much. So that's ultimately the answer I can give you on timelines and where we're headed.
Okay. Go ahead, keep looking. Saw somebody walking. Okay, I don't see anybody else moving towards the mic, so please let's thank the President and Senior Director Tomlinson for updating us on self-government transition. Oh yes, and the Manager of Transition, Nicole, for being there in case there were the tough questions.
That's right.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. I will pass the chair over.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Okay, next order of business for us this morning is to call on Secretary Valerie Quintel and Executive Director Bindu Banu, who's going to deliver the annual report on Métis urban housing and Métis capital housing. So I'll ask them to join me on stage. Please make them both feel very welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Bindu Banu. I'm Senior Director. Sorry, I was Senior Director of Operations, but my title changed to Executive Director. So I'm very pleased and honored to stand in front of you today and represent Métis Housing. Housing is very complex, and so are the related services. So we have a short 10 minutes. We have prepared a presentation for you to share what Métis Housing has achieved in the past fiscal year. And we'll be very pleased to share those information with you. I have our Housing Secretary, Valerie Quintal. She plays a critical role in providing leadership to housing administration, and she's here today to discuss and present that information with you. So please welcome Valerie Quintal to share this information with us.
Good morning, everyone. So these will be some of the impacts and outcomes from 2025 and 2026. In this report, you will learn about some of the wonderful housing programs that are offered to our citizens. To start with, we will do the Métis Urban Housing Corporation and Métis Capital Housing Corporation. Our vision is to be the largest successful affordable Indigenous housing provider in Alberta. The mission is to provide safe, adequate, affordable, and accessible housing to Indigenous people in Alberta. Our stakeholders are the Ottawa Métis government of the Métis Nation within Alberta, the Alberta Seniors Housing, the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, the Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, and Housing Infrastructure Communities Canada, also Environment and Climate. Housing impact. To provide subsidized housing to low and moderate income Indigenous families, Métis Urban Housing Corporation, which is MUHC, was founded in November 26, 1982. Currently, it owns 513 housing units in 13 locations across Alberta. To provide affordable housing to Indigenous Albertans, Métis Capital Housing Corporation, MCHC, was founded on September 14, 2007. Currently owns 473 housing units across 5 locations in Alberta. MCHC offers several distinction-based housing programs to Métis citizens. Service programs and activities. Subsidized housing needs. Number 1, 802 applications for subsidized housing were received in 25 and 26, 83% occupancy. Number 2, rental collection. Rental arrears remained high for most of the year, 7.42%. Number 3, repairs and renovations. We spent 1.7 million general repairs and maintenance, whereas the replacement reserve spending was 3.13 million. Number 4, building conditions assessment project. To guide the planning and execution of housing stock maintenance, we engaged a third party to conduct the building condition assessments. The project is expected to finish in the fall. The priorities from 2025-26. 1, to ensure staffing was adequate, and we struggled to employ reliable staff throughout the reporting period. 2, providing excellent customer service remained our priority. 3, ensuring rental collection on time. And 4, ensuring our vacant rental units became rent-ready soon as possible. The services program activities. 1, affordable housing needs. 319 applications for affordable housing were received in 25 and 26, 81% occupancy. 2, rental collection. Rental arrears remained high for most of the year at 6.46%. 3, repairs and renovations. We spent 2.18 million on general repairs and maintenance, whereas the replacement reserve spending was 1.34 million. 4, building conditions assessment project. To guide planning and execution of housing stock maintenance, we engaged a third party to conduct the expected to finish in the fall. 5, rental and student rental supplement program. As of March 2026, 1,534 Métis families received a rental supplement amounting to an investment of over $11 million. 6, down payment assistance program. As of March 2026, 683 Métis families received financial support through the down payment assistance program, resulting in a disbursement of over $10 million. 7, home repair program and energy efficiency retrofits program. As of March 2026, 1,065 Métis families received financial support through the home repair program, resulting in over 18 million in disbursements. Through the EERP pilot program, we supported 49 Métis families with necessary energy efficiency retrofits and disbursements of $1 million. Service programs and activities. Number 8, continuing mortgage assistance program. This program supported 61 Métis families with mortgage and property tax arrears. It resulted in $0.44 million in disbursements. Number 9, Reaching Home program. The Reaching Home program has served 1,530 unique applications and housed 930 Métis families. Projects on the ground show system growth. Completed projects are as follows: the Cecil Belrose Manor, 127-unit, 4-story affordable housing development with 1 to 4 bedroom suites, including 42 barrier-free units. 50 units dedicated to women and children fleeing domestic violence, an 8,000 square foot early learning and child care center operated at arm's length by the Children and Family Services Department. The Family Reunification Program Phase 2 in Bonneville, 12-unit, 3-story supportive housing facility designed to support the family reunification program through a dedicated supportive housing model. Recognized and supported by all orders of government, with operations expected to begin in the summer of 2026. The Indigenous Housing Revitalization Project is rebuilt 21 aging rental properties and delivered 36 new subsidized homes across Alberta. Delivered in partnership with Métis Urban Housing Corporation as part of a coordination Métis housing approach, supported by the Government of Alberta and the City of Edmonton. The Paxemuk Hope Village, land secured in Blatchford with $21.25 million in provincial funding to support a full recovery to housing continuum. Integrated model, pre-detox, new beginnings, recovery, transitional housing to independent living. Culturally grounded, community-focused development with approvals in place ready for tender. The wîcêhtowin Community Project is 97-unit townhome and multi-family development in Edmonton, developing long-term affordable family housing at 60% of average market rent. Designed for inclusive Indigenous families and integrated supports, cultural programming, and community-focused amenities. Energy efficient, accessible homes, achieving 25% plus reduction in energy use emissions. The Seniors Lodge is 36-unit barrier-free Seniors Lodge in Edmonton, currently in the pre-construction phase, and construction is expected to begin in 2027. Provides wraparound supports, including meals, housekeeping, laundry, and home care services. Designed to support aging in place with dignity, stability, culturally appropriate care. And the Pixketa Transitional Housing Project is a pilot project providing 6 second-stage units for Métis women, children, and LGBTQ2S+ individuals fleeing gender-based violence. partnership with CMHC and LFMO with integrated on-site space for counseling, programming, and family supports. Coordinated wraparound services supporting safety, healing, and transition, a long-term stability. Upcoming projects, the City of Calgary Partnership advances affordable housing. 2.3 million plus approved land for acquisition, funding through the City of Calgary's Matumatasipi, sorry, I don't think I'll butcher that one, program will support the purchase of land for a new affordable housing development. The partnership, this project reflects a groundbreaking, meaningful partnership with the City of Calgary, grounded in shared goals, practical collaboration, and a great commitment to reconciliation. The impact the project is intended to create about 45 affordable homes for Indigenous individuals and families, with rents held below market for the life of the development. The expansion expands Métis housing work in Calgary, strengthens relationships with municipal partners, and demonstrate what becomes possible when Métis housing leadership and the broader community pull in the same direction. And that is it for the 2025-26 Métis housing report. If you have any questions, Bindu will be here to answer.
Take a seat. Okay, thank you to the Secretary for Métis Urban Housing, or Secretary of Housing and Infrastructure, and the Executive Director. Are there any questions to the housing report? I've got microphone number 2, and then I'll go to number 3, please.
District 21. I'm wondering why we can't get statistics on our district of the housing in our district.
To the panel.
So we have been working with different municipalities to purchase land. We always look for partnerships with municipalities, with provincial government for capital funding, with federal government for capital funding, because it's very difficult to provide subsidized and affordable housing by taking bank loans. So we always look for partnerships. We have received a significant success in Calgary and Edmonton. We are working with Lac-La-Biche County in the meantime. We had also applied for federal land initiative in the past couple months ago in Cochrane to purchase a parcel of land, but unfortunately our application was rejected. So we are making efforts to provide more options, housing solutions in different locations. It's just when and how we are going to see those opportunities.
That's not answering my question.
Would you mind repeating your question, Ms. Cunningham?
My question is, there are Métis housing in our district. We have asked for the numbers that of the houses, the communities they're in, and the occupancies of them. And we need that to make an application ourselves. And we can't get it.
Which location are you applying
District
to?
21.
And in which city would that be?
Slave Lake.
So we have about 30 units in Slave Lake. They're all subsidized housing. At this time, I don't have information about how many are occupied and how many are under renovation, but I can provide you that information. If you can leave your email ID with me, I can provide that information to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you. Microphone number 2, microphone number 3.
Yeah, thank you. I always love the reports on housing. I'm kind of conflicted right now, so my question, it's over here, Val, and
Bindu.
this way, Bindu. So so I'm a bit conflicted. I've often wanted to apply for this Reaching Home program because it's really one of the biggest demands that we have for the people we work with. I work with. On the other hand, I see that Métis Urban Housing has Reaching Home programs, and so I'm like, do I go to you guys to access that programming, or do we apply for it ourselves, or do you send us, can we ask for a chunk of your funding? Like, I'm conflicted. What is the best route to go?
So Reaching Home program is operated under Métis Capital Housing Corporation. We have a specific application on our website. If you have clients who are dealing with homelessness or on the verge of being homelessness, they will qualify for this support. So they just all have to go on our website, complete that application and submit.
Yeah, well, you know that we do that. So we always have a need, a quick emergency need. It's not like, okay, we can sit around and wait for the next month. A lot of you boys and girls or men and women are struggling with life. So they're either being evicted when we get them, or they're looking for homes, or they're becoming almost homeless. The homeless, there's a whole different program for them, but we don't want people to become homeless. So that's why I was wondering, what's the best route? But I heard you say to make the application to you be one way to go. However, I know that the federal government provide that money, and I'm wondering if it would be useful or beneficial for us to just go and apply for a chunk of that funding, or can we, or should we, or what?
I cannot answer that question
Okay,
because
all right.
it's all up to districts and I think Métis Nation of Alberta, how they operate and how what they allow districts to do on their own behalf. We have
Yeah, we can
funding
do
that
it.
we
I'm
receive
just,
from
my
federal
question
government.
is, it's not that I don't think we can do it. It's, I didn't want to be, I definitely want to use your services if it's available, if it's quickly available.
Exactly, yes. And I'm not sure how federal government will perceive this separate application as well, because they are providing funding directly to Métis Nation of Alberta, and from them we receive funding to run this program. So we have those funds and they are available for our citizens, and we, my director of programs, she's here, Chastity, and she's actually going from city to city to provide mobile intake process. So those services are going to happen as well. She has gone to Grand Prairie recently, and coming months we will be visiting other locations.
All right,
So
well, don't be
there
shy
is
to visit us, so.
Thanks,
come by.
Brian.
yeah,
thanks.
and which location you are in, by the way? Fort McMurray. You are from Fort McMurray?
Yeah, it's Brian Fayant.
Okay, we'll be visiting Fort McMurray as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the order I've got. I'm going to go 3, 2, 1, and then we'll move on into the finance reports. Microphone number 3.
Hi, District Captain from Jasper House, Terry Rudick. My mother was a longtime resident at Renaissance Place, and recently a tenant moved in that's been physically abusing the tenants, and he's not been evicted, to the point where my mother did not feel safe and we moved her out. So what is going to be done so that those seniors living in that senior facility can feel safe?
We definitely do several things to make sure everybody is safe in our facilities. I'm not particularly talking about this situation because I know there are some situations, not just in Renaissance Tower, in our other facilities as well, where we have conflicts between tenants. So the first thing is we try to mediate those concerns, and it always it's a two-way process. If we are trying to make efforts, both tenants need to make those efforts as well. So we have brought to mediation. I'm not fully aware of the situation that your mother is in. I will definitely maybe inquire more from our housing director regarding particular situation. But we cannot just evict tenants. We have to see both sides, what is going on, and try to mediate both parties. Because ultimately our goal is to maintain housing for our tenants and not just evict them because there was a conflict or maybe more conflicts. We always try to work with both parties, and if for somehow there is no consensus, then there is always option for residents to make their own choice. As a landlord, we have limitations with what we can do and what we cannot do.
Okay, thank you. I can give an example. So at Renaissance Tower, there's on the 7th floor, there's a gathering place.
I don't want to
So-
intervene and stop you. I really don't, Captain Rodriguez. If you want to give a specific example, maybe we can take that one offline to the executive director and inform her if that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Microphone number 2, and if we could shorten them up a bit, just so we can.
Brenda Janai, District Captain, Lesser Slave Lake Métis District. So in your report, you said you are willing to work with districts on housing projects. So we've been working with the town of Slave Lake and also the MD and the government of Alberta, who have agreed to gift us land to build housing for our people. So we started working with the housing department or with Aaron Barner in the past, and they took over the project, kind of told the housing people that we were working with to not communicate with us, and the project got dropped. So at this point right now, the government of Alberta is still willing to give us the land, which already has the water, the sewer, the power. Is it possible to get you guys to work with us instead of just taking it over? We don't want a housing project through MUHC or MCHC or whatever. We want a housing project in our district for our people.
So this is a wonderful opportunity, and this is the example of what we can do together. So I will be happy to know more about this proposal, so please connect with me whenever you can. I would definitely like to know more about this opportunity. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Executive Director. Microphone number 1, Sylvia, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Sylvia Johnson, Peace River area. I wanted to ask a question about the first homeowners. Always seems to be not enough money, of course. The minute the program comes out, it seems like 2 weeks later, if you apply, whatever, I know of young people in my area that have applied to have their down payment assistance. It's already gone. It's too late. So I'm just wondering, what is the ratio and what is that pot of money? How much of it goes to the first time homeowners down payment, and how much of it goes to the helping with the mortgages that are in delinquency? So is there a split with that pot of money, or is it just first come, first serve? So if more people come that need their help with their mortgages, they get that money, or how does that work? Because it seems like there's a real timeline that you have to just about have everything ready before you even think of applying for that assistance. You have to have everything ready months ahead, and the minute you see it, you don't even have a month to apply.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Thanks for your question, Sylvia. First of all, we have 2 different programs, down payment assistance and mortgage assistance. So mortgage assistance support with mortgage arrears and property tax arrears as well. And down payment assistance specifically is for first-time home buyers, and they receive support through that program. So they both are not interrelated.
Okay.
They're separate programs.
Okay, thanks for that.
It is definitely unfortunate that our programs open and close in no time sometimes, and I feel sometimes guilty of telling my team to just initiate the closing process. I can tell you we have about $2 million per program, per round. So if everybody gets $20,000, so we are able to only support 100 families. So that's where it is. It's the shortage of funds that we deal with, but we are trying to make sure that we support across Alberta. We have also initiated process where we are allocating those, even say $2 million, we have allocated among all districts based on the percentage of population that we receive from registry. So everybody is getting, every location is getting some support, but it's just not enough, and I totally agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bindu. Microphone number 1, last question to you.
Yes, hello. My name is Vina Flooney. I'm from District 12, and I want to know what's happening with the Lloydminster area. There was 8 houses there a few years ago, and they got sold. And I'm wondering now, my granddaughter lives with her 2 kids. in a real bad district. There's cops there all the time. There's people fighting and beating up their wives and that, and she has to keep the doors locked and keep her kids inside this little place. And it's the cost of her rent is $1,800 a month, and she can't afford that, so I have to help her with her rent and her utilities. And I don't understand why. I don't know where that money went, that those 8 houses were sold, but I don't think they were any good because there were so many drunks and drug addicts living in those houses, and they wrecked the houses, and I don't think Métis Association wanted to repair them because they just let those kind of people in, and you couldn't leave anything, a kid's bike or anything outside because it would get stolen. And I just want to know, and the only place she could find a place to live with her kids was on the Saskatchewan side of, in the north of Lloydminster, and she's on the Saskatchewan side, but they don't understand. Like, I phoned there and they said, well, if she's on the Saskatchewan side, she has to talk to the housing in Saskatchewan. And I said, well, we tried that, but they said that Lloydminster, everything in Lloydminster is on the Alberta side. So she's having a hard time there, and I would like to know what I can do to help her, or what the Métis Association could do to help her, because she's got 2 little kids, and she works, but she can't work during the day because she doesn't have money for a babysitter, because it costs her about $50–60 a day for a babysitter. So I go and I babysit for her at times, but not all the time. So I would like to know what we could do to help her.
Thank you, Vina.
Thank you.
Executive Director.
So our home programs, including rental supplement program, they are all for Métis citizens in Alberta. If she is residing within Alberta, she holds a good standing status with Métis Nation of Alberta, she would be helped with the other programs. We do not have housing in Lloydminster. Those 8 homes that we sold, the sale money was reinvested in those 36 homes that we developed. So we brought those homes back in other locations where we rebuilt more affordable and subsidized housing. So that's what happened with the sale money. But if your daughter has a status with Métis Nation of Alberta, she can get assistance with reaching home. She can also can get support with the rental supplement program.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask you to join me in thanking the Secretary of Housing and Infrastructure and the Executive Director, Binu Bono. I see there's another question. If we can save that till this afternoon at the Citizens' Proposals, and we'll make some time for you to ask that question then, and we'll get on to the Secretary of Treasury reports. But again, join me in thanking the Secretary of Housing and Infrastructure and the Executive Director. So we'll make time for those housing questions this afternoon at Citizens' Proposals, for sure. We'll make some more time for you. We just want to make sure we get to the financial reports as well. Okay, so next on your business agenda for this morning, Secretary Jason Ekberg, your Secretary of Treasury, the Auditor General, Ruben Jeffrey, and our Interim CEO, Daniel Cohen-Watson, will deliver these Secretary of Treasury Auditor General reports. I'll ask them to join me on stage. Please make them feel welcome. I'd be remiss if I also didn't also mention our Acting Director of Finance, Graham Watts, who's also joining us on stage. So make him feel welcome as well, and I will turn the microphone over. Yeah, it's in there. If you need to move the PowerPoint, green button goes forward.
What is that?
That's if you move the PowerPoint. Do you need
I don't have a PowerPoint.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I don't have a PowerPoint. Just start anytime. Just start anytime. Good morning, everyone. As Secretary of Treasurer, I'm pleased to present the financial statements for the Otipemisiwak Métis government for the 2026 fiscal year. These statements are an important part of our commitment to transparency and accountability to our citizens, our leadership, our funders, as well as our partners. Over the past fiscal year, the Otipemisiwak Métis government spent approximately $140 million on programs and services. These investments have supported initiatives that directly benefit our citizens and help strengthen and advance Métis culture and communities across the province. I've also had the opportunity to work closely with our new Senior Executive Officer, Daniel Kwan Watson. Together, we remain focused on responsible financial stewardship, making sure funding is used appropriately, our obligations are met, our resources are managed responsibly with strong financial controls in place. So now I'll turn it over to Daniel and Ruben to provide some additional highlights from the financial statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. And just to point out that the financial statements, the way they work in any organization, is they are the responsibility of management. And there's an auditor's report that you'll hear from shortly, and effectively what the auditor's report says, whether or not you should believe what management has told you. And so I'm here to tell you that we have gone to extra lengths this year to make sure that the financial statements are accurately reported. We have asked more questions than we would normally ask. We have reviewed things more deeply than we would often have done. Not that it wasn't done very well in the past, but just to assure people that that has taken place. And so on behalf of the administration, I'm pleased to tell you that that level of effort have gone into it. And I am very pleased not only to sign off my portion of it, but to recommend to the President, which she has done, to sign off that, and to the Secretary. And with that, I will turn it over to the Auditor General, who will give his view on what we have done.
Sorry? Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruben Jeffrey. I'm the Auditor General. I have been working with the OMG, Métis Nation of Alberta, now for pretty close to 30 years. It's nice to recognize a lot of people in here. I'd like to first thing I'd like to say is I'd like to say thank you. As Daniel mentioned, and Graham and the rest of the staff and Citizens Council, you have the financial statements in front of you. You can see it's a big package of information. There's a lot of programs that are going on within the nation itself, and it is a big process to get here, and it does take a lot of time. The financial statements are your financial statements, okay? They're the OMG's financial statements. The only thing that belongs to the auditor is the auditor's report. It's within the financial statements. I think it's about the 10th page in. It's the independent auditor's report. And the independent auditor's report is owned by the accounting firm Kingston Ross Pasnock. And I am also a partner at Kingston Ross Pasnock. But I'm not the audit partner on the file. The auditor's report was signed off in Edmonton. It was approved by Citizens Council and signed off, and the date on it is August 14th, 2026. The opinion in the financial statements, I'm just going to read it, and then I'm going to get into our short presentation. I'll try and figure out how to use this fancy control thing. We have audited the financial statements of the OMG, the nation, which comprise the statement of financial position as of March 31st, 2026, and the statements of operations, changes in net assets, and cash flow for the year then ended, and notes to the financial statements, including the summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the nation as at March 31st, 2026, and the results of the operations and its cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. Okay, and again, I mentioned this report is dated August 14th, 2026, and it's signed by Kingston Ross Pasnock LLP. If it's okay with you now, I'm going to get into my slide presentation. And basically what I've done is I've done it's the same slide presentation as if any of you and most of you have come for the previous years, and I'll just run through it. This isn't it. It's Métis Nation Holdings. There we go. Okay, so this is the first slide. Our first slide is a 5-year comparison of the total revenue for the nation. The total revenue this year was $140 million in comparison to the revenue in the 2025 year end, which was $182 million. As you can see, this 5-year comparison is, I like it because it gives you a good understanding. You can see in March 31st, 2022, that the revenue was actually $83 million. So yes, for the current fiscal year, the total revenue did come back a little bit, but it is also, if you look at it, it is significantly higher than the 2024 year end. This is a good pie chart that goes through and says, well, where is that $140 million from? What departments are there? Okay, so this goes through and you can see the different departments. You've got the core operations department, which the total revenue is about $13.2 million. You've got governance on there, which is about $9.216 million. The IFF is just over $9 million. You can see ELCC is $16 million, housing about 15.2, and other programs $76 million. And this is why the financial statements, if you look at the financial statements, they're over 230 pages. This is a 5-year comparison of expenditures. Okay, so the total expenses this year were $143 million. Last year was $179 million. The year before, $113 million. And 2023, $161. So the expenses really follow the revenue pretty closely. Sometimes they're a little bit higher, sometimes they're a little bit lower. Expenditures, this is a breakdown of the category for expenditures. The 3 categories that we've just put it in is wages. We've put in wages, program costs, and also travel. This is the operating surplus and deficit for the nation over the last 5 years. So this year the nation did have a deficit. The deficit was $2.8 million. Last year there was a surplus of $3.379 million. The year before a surplus of just over $2 million. 2023 a surplus of 6.7. Okay. Just going to flip through a few of the departments, and one of the departments is the core operations. So there's a deficit in the core operations this year. You can see that total revenue this year is $13.249 million, and the expenses are $15.240 million. So this is where the majority of the deficit for the year is. The deficit in the core operations is $1.99 million. The framework department is our next slide on here. And really the framework, it generally ties to whatever the revenue is. The total revenue this year is $1.6 million. That's what the expenses were. The year before it was 1.8, and the year before that it was 1.7. Governance, this one there's total funding of $9.2 million in, and you can see it's been very consistent over the last 5 years. It's the exact same amount of funding every year, and the funding has been fully utilized every year. Salaries and benefits, this is a 5-year comparison, and this really correlates with the growth of the nation. The total expenditures and salaries and benefits this year was just over $30 million compared to $24.3 million last year. Travel expenses, total travel expenses this year were $2.965 million. Last year was 2.5, 2.7 the year before. You can see a pretty interesting correlation. I think 2022 was kind of had a portion of our COVID period in it, but otherwise it's always in the neighborhood of about $2.5 million. Funding by source, I always find this a very interesting one myself, primarily because it's really the funding is split between the federal government, provincial government, and other organizations, and what percentage of the total funding is from which organization. So you can see for this year, 83% of the funding actually came from the federal government, and 15% came from the provincial government, okay, which is a bit of a shift from last year. And so I always find that one interesting one. The next one is revenue recognized by the nation during the year. Now, one of the things that happens is that in the financial statements, you're going to see a significant amount of funding that's deferred, okay? And the reason it's deferred is it really depends on a contribution agreement by contribution agreement. And, you know, not necessarily many contribution agreements just don't go over the fiscal period of the financial statements, okay? They go over maybe multiple years. A lot of times, sometimes what happens is funding arrangements will come down with the federal government, and the federal government will come in at the end of March and say, hey, here's a program, we've got some excess funding. And so this is the amount of contributions that were received, this is the revenue that's been recognized, and this is the amount that's been deferred, okay? And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you to the Auditor General, the Secretary, and our interim SEO. Are there questions to the financial statements? Looking to the floor. Microphones, I see someone making their way to microphone number 3.
Tracy Brown, President of Region 6, in transition to the Peace River Territory. On pages 125 and 135, there is money that, as Region 6 at the time, we weren't in the position to run a consultation program, so we transferred the money to M&A. We are now trying to obtain that money back because we are in a position to run our own consultation. I'm just wondering when we can expect the funds to be transferred back to us.
To the panel, is this a question that can be answered?
I think a lot of that is part of the conversations that we've been having around consultation generally. We had a 3.5-hour conversation on the phone a couple of weeks ago, and looking for a way to figure out the answer to all of those questions, because there are a number of questions about new funding that might be coming in, how it's dealt with, and then also figuring out the processes by which we deliver on the commitments that there will be when people fund us and expect us to deliver on answers around consultation about projects and other initiatives that either the provincial government, federal government, or private sector would bring forward. So that's will be part of that conversation.
Yeah, thanks. This money was specific to the Peace River Territory. Thanks.
Microphone number 2, and for those, before you start, Mr. Britton, for those, if you have trouble getting to a microphone, you'll see our comms director, Jed Johns, holding up a microphone. Put up your hands if you want to ask a question. You can't get up to a mic, he'll come to you. Microphone number 2, Mr. Britton, go ahead.
Good day, my name's Grant Britton, and I'm from Calgary, District 5 now, I think. I just moved. I'm going to start with the basic question, and I know time is limited, but I want to ask the question of the auditing firm. Was the question asked of the auditor or audited firm if they were in good standing when they undertook the audit of the financial books of the government of this year?
For the panel?
And as the client, I guess here, I can say yes, and they were fully, completely, absolutely in good standing with absolutely no reservations. And there is a particular question I'm sure that a number of you have noted, and the Auditor General, I suspect, would be pleased to speak to that. But the short and brief answer, absolutely yes, and without reservation.
Thank you, SEO Quan Watson. I'll go. Ruben, do you have any
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is there's a CPAB report. Okay, what CPAB is it's an organization that reviews accounting firms that audit public companies that are listed on stock exchanges. Okay, so Kingston Ross Pasnock is a firm, about 225 people. And so there is a portion of the practice that does audit public companies that are listed on stock exchanges. Okay, so CPAB does reviews, and makes recommendations and so there's a whole report. You can go online, you can search it, it's public information. Pretty much every CPA firm that does public company work is reported on there. We are also, because we're in the province of Alberta, Kingston Ross Pasnock is actually falls under the Institute of Alberta CPA. And what ends up happening is that there's every 3 years there's practice reviews, and CPA Alberta, the firm of our firm Kingston Ross Pasnock is in good standing with CPA Alberta.
And maybe I can just add.
Go ahead.
Last
Senior
thing,
Executive.
we've had the conversation because a number of you had raised the issue. Going forward, KRP is going to advise us of any similar findings in the future, and the Auditor General will make note of those in the report. You should know that the finding that was there has nothing whatsoever to do with the types of audits that relate to the OMG. And but notwithstanding that, in the future, they've committed to making sure that that information was transparently available.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. SEO. I'll go to microphone number 3. I'll come back to you afterwards, Mr. Britton, for a follow-up. Microphone number 3, go ahead.
Christina Phobes from District 13. I'm just wondering, looking over the reports, what budget does our Citizens Council approve?
The panel.
The Citizens Council approves the budget as a whole. It is a complex budget. If this were the provincial government or the federal government, it would have been taxes and fees that would created by either the provincial or federal government that create all of the revenue. As has been pointed out, 96% of the revenue for the OMG comes either from funding agreements from the federal government or the provincial government. And so for the revenues, it's a different story. They are sourced in funding agreements from other governments. But for the expenditures, those are all, at the end of the day, approved by the Citizens Council.
Thank you, SEO Cohen Watson. I'm going to go, I've got microphone number 3, then I've got microphone number 2, and we'll go carry on from there.
Oh, thanks. Sorry. Travis Inkster with District 11. So I just kind of want to confirm my understanding, Senior Executive Officer, to your response to the last question. It's very complex. There's so much here. I certainly don't understand it all, but when you say the Citizens Representative Council approves the budget, basically everything from in the expenses is approved by the council, like the 146 million or whatever it is approved by council. Am I understanding that correctly?
Right, and just to be clear about that, that doesn't mean that every somebody has a $5 taxi receipt one day. That isn't approved but the gross amounts, yes. So the administration isn't in a position to simply go spend money that it hasn't been authorized to spend.
Thank you for confirming that.
Thank you, SEO Cohen Watson. We'll go to microphone number 2. Behind you, Mr. Britton, is one person who gets to go first, and then we'll come back to you. Captain DeMille.
Joseph Rene DeMille, Fort Edmonton Captain. I'd like to draw your attention to page 19 of your report. There's a highly contentious lease agreement listed there at the top of the page. 2 years ago, this lease was stated at $440,000 a year to lease this building. Last year, it was raised to $760,000 a year to lease this building, and this year it's listed at $1.773 million, with a total of $4 million to lease this building. I'm just curious, is that cumulative amount? Was those numbers not paid in the first years? Or how do we get a lease agreement to jump that high every year? And what's the process that goes through once a lease comes up and it jumps up like crazy like that? I think we need some transparency on this lease agreement specifically, because it seems to be raising, doubling, and now tripling year over year. So is that because we never paid the leases, or is that are these actual increases?
SEO Quan Watson or Auditor General?
This is, am I on here? The lease note that you're referring to, this is a combination of all the leases that the OMG has. So if you read in the note, I'll just read it out to you if it's okay. It says, the nation is responsible for the lease agreements. There's one with Métis Capital Housing. There's one with Métis Nation of Alberta. There's one with 854-528 Alberta LTD, and there's one for 226-2576. So that's a cumulative total of the lease obligation under several leases, 4 leases. It's not one lease.
Oh, sorry. Last year it was broken out into one numbered company, and this year you have a few. I understand now. Thank you.
You're welcome. Very good.
If I can
Go ahead,
add one piece of that question. It is critical that we understand the capital expenditures, and that needs to be a focus. At one point in time, I was responsible for $26 billion of built capital, and nothing will eat your organization up more quickly than not paying attention to capital. And that is going to be a focus, making sure that we have a very good handle on that. And I think your point there is well taken.
Thank you. Just one point.
We'll go to the fellow behind you first, Captain, and then we'll get to your second question.
No, the question wasn't answered because the first year that it was posted, it was $440,000 a year, and the second year last year it said $760,000. So my question still stands: how does a lease change so drastically, and what's the process?
Sure. Just to pick up the point that the auditor, this is the cumulative leases. So when you saw the growth in expenditures, the growth in employees, we had to have space for those, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Understood.
So it's like buying more cars. The total volume of the car value will increase as you buy more cars. Same with having more leases.
I understand there's more numbered companies in this document here this year, but my question was about that lease agreement being increased so much, and what was the process?
We'll take the question offline, and we'll try and get an answer for you. Mr. Britton, back to you.
Just for clarification purpose for people that are not as familiar with financial statements as others, in your statement of opinion, you use 2 different clauses or statements. Generally accepted accounting standards, which those of us that have somewhat of a bit of a background in these things, and then you use the terminology with regard to standards with non-profit organizations. And I think it's important for people to understand what the variance is of those 2 standards, because you're using 2 different terms. I know the answer, but I'll let you answer for the benefit of everybody so they have a better feeling of understanding the statements or the context of which they can compare it to.
Sure. So the OMG is still an incorporated not-for-profit organization. That's what it is. It has not changed as of yet to a different entity. It's the same entity that was incorporated, I think, back in 1961. Therefore, it falls under the Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. Okay? When you mentioned in this report that you're talking about CPAB, okay? CPAB is for public companies. A public company is, best example I can have is a Royal Bank. The Royal Bank is a public company. It's on a stock exchange. And so that report specifically relates to public company audits. Okay, this is a not-for-profit organization.
Yeah, I realize that, but
okay,
for all intents and purposes, this auditing standards are between ordinary organization for profit and an organization for nonprofit. As far as I'm aware of, the standards are not unsimilar. And that's the question I was asking. What's the difference between the two so people can put the information into the proper context when they're reading the statements and the schedules and the notes? Because I know that in Alberta and Canada, there's no variation, technically speaking, between those two standards, whether they're nonprofit or for profit, other than what's listed. And that's important for people to understand. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
Thank you, Mr. Britton. Auditor General, thoughts?
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm just trying to say is that the type of organization that this is, this falls under the standards of the Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations, okay? If this was a public company, there's some different standards. I don't want to go through them all. I mean, I love accounting and I love audit, but some people consider it a little bit boring. I mean, we can have a very good discussion on it afterwards if you like. So
I think it's a good conversation for lunch because I'm bored. Microphone number 3, Representative Dunfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shannon Dunfield, District 13. I think we need to have some clarification, and I apologize to SEO Daniel that the last 2 budgets that Citizens Council approved were not a full budget. They were a budget of the core governance, and that budget this year was $16 million. Last year was about the same. So when Citizens Council approved a budget, we were not shown a budget of the entirety of the organization. We were only given the core governance budget, which covers Citizens Council expenses, district council, district captains, district council expenses, self-government, some of like the Ombudsman office, the Judicial Tribunal office, and the Chief Electoral office. So when our citizens are asking about whether or not we approved a budget, we did not approve a budget for $140 million. We only approved a budget for core governance. And this year, we asked for that budget to be posted online in April, and I'm not sure if it's up yet because I did bring it up in our last meeting a couple weeks ago and asked if it was posted online for our citizens to see, because I think it's really important for transparency and accountability that our citizens actually know. As Citizens Council, the only budget we've ever been shown and asked to approve is that for the core governance of running Citizens Council, not for the entirety of this work.
SEO Watson.
And I'll go back and make sure if that is posted or not, but all of the information that is in these financial statements, which represents every last penny, is exactly what you're all entitled to. And so we'll go back and make sure if it's not posted at this point in time that it is, but that is your money at the end of the day for which you through Citizens Council are accountable and responsible, and we have a duty to make sure that you've got it.
I'll save you a trip, SEO Watson. I have a message from the clerk who confirmed that the budget is posted as directed. We did find it and get it up there. Microphone number 3, and then I'll come to microphone number 2.
Good morning. My name is Shayla Lize. I'm coming to you guys from District 21. I first off want to just commend you guys for the work you've done with this financial report. I work with financials myself, and I can appreciate the complexity and the transparency of this. So big round of applause to everyone who's done work on this. My question is regarding page 36, regarding the schedule of salaries and travel expenses. Specifically looking at the expenses regarding travel and meetings for our citizens representatives, provincially elected officials, and district captains. I just would like to know from a accountability perspective, what sort of checks and balances are put in place to make sure we're making the most financially responsible choices when it comes to travel and meetings. So for example, carpooling, looking at cost-effective hotels, that kind of stuff.
SEO Watson.
So I think there are a number of different steps to that. For example, when it comes to hotels, which is always one of the biggest costs around that, and travel, a lot of people drive in just because you're not looking at airfares for a bunch of the places that people are traveling from and to. But the biggest place and the easiest place to manage is around hotels, and those tend to be managed centrally. And we tend to deliberately pick properties where we know that we have attractive rates and use the discounts that are available, and that's why we tend to go back to the same places again and again. It's an ongoing effort, as it is with every organization that I've ever been a part of. But I guess what I can say here is it's clear to me that a lot of thought has been given to it, but also a lot of thought it continued to be given. How do we tag on certain events to other events so you don't have people traveling twice? How do you schedule meetings so that they're the most efficient as possible and you avoid an extra day's hotel charges wherever possible? And those are the places in any entity I've been involved in where you actually start saving the significant amounts, because if you're multiplying $150 or $200 a night for a hotel room by 30 hotel rooms, that quickly adds up. And I think that's where people have demonstrated some really good thinking and planning, and we're constantly vigilant about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, SEO Watson. Last question to you at microphone number 2, Mr. Sutherland.
Thank you, Ward Sutherland, Calgary. Regarding the auditor's report, it's I just had a little bit of time to read the front, but I didn't see a dollar value assigned to the differential, a material differential. Was there a dollar amount assigned to the acceptable differential? Material. Normally you have a dollar value assigned to.
Do you mean like
yeah, material difference? Yeah. You're looking at, okay, you found out.
I think that's what he's asking. Are you asking about the materiality?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, definitely there is. It's not reported in here.
What was that amount were you assigned? Because you're making a judgment.
I don't know the amount off the top of my head, because as I've mentioned, I'm not the audit partner on this. I'm the Auditor General.
Yeah.
But what I'll do is I'll go and I can verify that.
It's normal in any organization. They'll always 100%. Assign dollar. So I'm just wondering what that amount is.
With every audit, there's always a materiality number.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we could post that would be good.
And I'll check into it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Okay, folks, guess what? We're back on schedule. We made it. We did it, and it's lunchtime. Well done. So I will call on Director Tyler Fetch, who will give us instructions for lunch and do the things that we do about food, because I don't want to get between you and your meal. That's just not my deal.
So he throws me under that bus. Okay, so same as yesterday, if when we're going to ask on our elder, call on our elder to bless our meal, and when we do that, we ask that if you want to be served, please let us know. I'm looking for people to let me know for sure. We're going to have some young folks bringing plates in if you need to be, so we'll keep an eye out for you. And we ask that our elders go first, and then other people after that, just out of courtesy and respect. And with that, I look to our elder Esther to bless our meal.
I'm very honored to say prayer and ask for blessings. I just want to be grateful that we're going through this at a not bad pace. Manto kananaskom nananos kagisaga kapi wîcêhtowin kuta. Kananaskom nanas sequescuta kasitsigiun ki totahquao. Kananaskom nanota kahkiakoyoche. Iguasi kuicham ta kasawihta mano mamichon kawih mitia kasawimia kahkio. Kahkio na naskomanani ipmatsehia kiapoka mamsito tata muikutagawiak. Iksamaga manto. Creator, I ask you to bless everybody here. Bless each and every one of us. And we are forever grateful that we are going through today at a very good pace. We ask you to bless our food that we are going to eat here. And we are very grateful for leading us, for guiding us, and for being here for us. Iksamaga. Amen.
All right, so we're in recess until 1 p.m. See you back then.
Folks, thank you for your patience while we work those out. We're going to go ahead and get started. Before we start, for anyone who didn't get copies of the 2024 and 2025 report on citizens' proposals, it is this way to my right by the sign that says citizens' proposal support, as well as there's some copies on the registry table if you folks need them. Next up for your order of business for today is the report on 2025 citizens' proposals, which is delivered by President Andrea Sandmaier. So please welcome your president to deliver the report on the proposals from last year and the work that's been done.
Tanse, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. It is my responsibility under the Self-Government Act to bring forward the report on the 2025 citizens' proposals. This is the report that answers directly and in writing every proposal you passed at last year's gathering. The work we do this weekend is proof that your voice matters. Each of you holds the power to direct this government's agenda for the years ahead. When you stand at the mic, please know that what you say does not go unheeded. It goes to the Citizens' Council, it gets discussed, it gets weighed against every other priority in front of us, and it gets a written response. Sometimes that response is yes, and here is what we are already doing to work towards that. Sometimes the response is a yes, and here is what we need to build before we can act on it. Sometimes the response is not this way, and here is why. But every proposal is answered. This is our promise as a government as it is written into our law. So my recommendation, if you want to speak, speak with conviction. Your perspective is not a courtesy for us, it is a compass. You will see in this year's report that some of your proposals from last year translated into new mandates, new work, and new direction across our administration. Others prompted the kind of longer, harder work that it leads to real change over time. And in the cases where we did not move forward the way a proposal suggested, we have taken the time to explain the thinking behind that decision. That transparency is not a courtesy. It is what we owe you. I want to thank my Citizens' Council colleagues for the work of preparing this report. It is a lot of careful, thoughtful work, and it happens between gatherings out of the spotlight. I also want to thank every citizen who stood up at the mic last year, every citizen who wrote a proposal and brought it forward, seconded one, or spoke to one from the floor. What you did in this room last year has been shaping our work plans ever since. That is what citizens' proposals are supposed to do, and it is what they are doing. Copies of the report are available at the registration desk and online, and I encourage everyone to take some time with it, not just to see how last year's proposals landed, but to think about what you wanted to bring forward this year. Because that is how this process keeps going. That is how your ideas keep coming our direction. With that, I will leave some time for some questions, and I do have joining me Senior Executive Officer Daniel Kwan-Watson and Chair Garrett Tomlinson and Tyler Fetch.
Okay. Thank you kindly. So again, the Citizens Proposals Report, we're in your packages. If you haven't got one, they're at the registry table, some off to the side on this table. Are there any questions to the Citizens Proposal Report from 2025? I see microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shannon Dunfield, Grand Prairie Métis District. One of the questions I have is actually a question of procedure, is on Citizens Proposal 9, which reads that the Citizens Council consider amending the Self-Government Act to remove the provision of allowing Otipemisiwak Métis government employees to be appointed as chair. The proposal was defeated on the floor. My question of procedure, Mr. Chair, is that when the proposal came forward as chair, you stepped back as an employee of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, yet who stepped in was Mr. Fetch, who is also an employee of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. So he shouldn't have led it to a vote. What should have happened is that proposal should have actually went to the JT for ruling. And that's my question, is a question of procedure. And also, so that's my question of procedure is, why did this proposal not go to the JT for a ruling? Why did it continue through when both of our chairs were Otipemisiwak Métis government employees?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak to the ruling from the floor and the decisions that were made by the chairs at the chair and the acting chair at the time. The chair, who is appointed by Citizens Council, is a member of staff, which is me. The acting chair is always required to be an employee, which is set out in the legislation. That has never been amended or changed. That's been that way since the legislation was originally passed. I think in the process, the proposal was dealt with objectively and met on its merits. I mean, certainly if it's proposed to the Judicial Tribunal, that's a separate and distinct process under the Constitution, and there's nothing barring that question from still being heard there. But that would be, if you want it heard by Judicial Tribunal, that's where it goes.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I think that's very clarifying, and it's very important for us to be able to have this conversation. It also raises the question again of the legislation and our acts and how a lot of them are very contradictory, and how as Citizens Council we've brought those forward because same thing, the Self-Government Act has stated that it is an employee who has to be the acting chair, which is also the Ombudsman Act stating that an employee has to be the acting ombudsman. And these are things our citizens need to be aware of, because then it doesn't make them arm's length anymore.
Very good. Any other questions to the citizens' proposal report? Seeing no further questions, shall we get into the citizens' proposals, the reasons we're all here, the direction for the government from you, the citizens? Are we ready to do that? No? I'm not hearing anything. Yeah? Okay. I'm going to walk through the process and the rules real quick. One more time. The rules of decorum and conduct apply to the citizens gathering. They apply to protect all attendees of the citizens gathering. The expected conduct at gathering is that we display respect and consideration towards all people in attendance. We refrain from engaging in personal attacks against fellow citizens. We adhere to the rules and regulations governing the proceedings of the meeting. It will limit speaking contributions to 2 interventions per citizen on a specific matter. Citizens may bring proposals to the citizens gathering for a vote. This year's citizens proposals will be taking place right now, which is great news. Citizens proposals should address a specific issue or topic relevant to the Métis community. It should clearly explain the suggestion, idea, or recommendation. It should offer a recommended action or solution. It should be presented verbally at the citizens gathering, which is right now, right here for all of you. A citizen's proposal will be deemed out of order by the chair if it seeks to implement new legislation, if it changes or repeals existing laws, or if it tries to bind the Otipemisiwak Métis government, its branches, or direct its government officers. A reminder, citizens' proposals are recommendations from you, the citizens, to your citizens' council, and then they take those recommendations back and work them through over the next year, and then they report on them. To adopt a proposal, they're introduced verbally by a citizen by way of motion. They're seconded by another citizen. The proposal, if deemed valid, is then voted on by all of the eligible citizens present. You must have a blue wristband in order to vote. We do have a counter in the Elders Lounge to make sure that their votes are also counted so that they don't have to run back and forth. The proposal is adopted by ordinary resolution, which means 50% plus 1 of the folks in the room must say yes for it to pass. Citizens Council, once all of these reports are collected, must submit a report of any actions taken regarding the proposals you adopt here today, no later than 21 days before the next citizens gathering. The decision-making procedure, one more time. We're going to introduce it by motion. There must be a seconder. We will take it to a vote provided it's valid. If 50% plus 1 of the folks in the room raise their blue wristbands on their right wrists, then it passes and gets recorded and sent to Citizens Council. Are there any questions about what we're about to do here now today? Going once. During this period, if there's also questions that you wanted to ask to a report that was delivered yesterday or a report from one of the directors that you didn't get a chance to ask, you may come to the mic and ask those questions now. Those directors, by and large, are all in this room. If there's a director in the room who can't answer it, they'll approach the mic and answer your question, or they'll take you off to the side and see if they can get you an answer if it's something that needs to be done that way. So, with that, ready, Acting Chair? We have some support from policy analyst Sam Schnell. Round of applause for her. She does the hard work of telling us whether proposals are valid in real time. she's supported by all those brilliant people over there who can read the laws as fast as you can read your proposal, which is great because that then gives me the answer and makes me look really smart. So, all right. Let's do it. Citizens' proposals. The floor is open for citizens. We will go to the microphones. Microphone number 2, Grant Britton.
Okay, my name is Sis, I'm sorry. Last year I put a proposal for commission on, it's proposal 13, and I didn't hear the status of it. It was taken care of, I apologize, but I'm just curious of what the status of it is.
Let me pull up the report. I just closed that file, so thanks for keeping me on my toes, Mr. Britton. But we'll get you an update on the status of that report right now.
Thank you.
Okay, citizens proposal number 13, that the Citizens Council consider creating a commission to identify amendments to the Métis Constitution ahead of the 3-year deadline that we have to fine-tune the elements that need to be addressed and reinforce and strengthen our Constitution. So the response from Citizens Council is under Section 69 of the Self-Government Act, Citizens Council may establish commissions and inquiries. Ochapinswak Métis Government Administration will be presenting options with respect to the mechanism and delivery to a future meeting of Citizens Council. To support that discussion, Council has requested that the Ochapinswak Métis Government Administration locate relevant records and gather cost information as well as identify any constitutional considerations or implementation challenges that have been raised to date. At the July 30th, 2026 Council meeting, Citizens Council passed a following resolution directing that addressing both future discussion and review of Citizens Proposal 13, be it resolved by the Citizens Council that further discussion and review of the Citizens Proposal 13, proposal of an early Constitution Commission, be referred to the Citizens Council meeting immediately following the Ochapinswak Métis Government General Election in 2027. This was decided to ensure that this important work can be completed effectively. To support that intention, Citizens Council requested that administration continue to compile the outcomes of all internal reviews of potential constitution areas for future amendments and make the results of these findings available to Citizens Council. So that's the response in full to your proposal, Mr. Britt.
Okay, can I just ask?
One follow-up, go ahead.
2 things. One is the temporal factor, because there's a 5-year limit on when it could be done. And the other one is engagement with the citizens on observations in the existing constitution where there's, I'll call them inconsistencies and gaps with certain sections regarding other sections. So those are just 2 of the comments I wanted to make.
Very good. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Britt.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we've got quite the lineup at microphone number 2 and none at the rest, which actually makes it really easy for me to keep track of the order. So microphone number 2.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I'm Shane Combs from Lesser Slave Lake Métis District. I would like to address the issue of medical accommodations and required the one-way distance of 300 kilometers before a citizen is eligible to access a room. To address this issue, I suggest considering changing this requirement back to the 100-kilometer one-way distance. That was when the medical travel program was created, and that the eligibility eligibility requirements for medical accommodations be reverted to the 100 kilometers one-way distance it previously was when the program just started. The reason for this proposal is because traveling to appointments is a hardship that many citizens, and some must travel with many times a year. Others have chronic conditions and must travel even more frequently and regularly to special appointments that are less than 300 kilometers away.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. If you've got your proposal in writing, if you wouldn't mind bringing it up to either the acting chair or the analyst, and they'll take a quick look at it. Do you have a seconder?
Barb Emmerich, District 21. I'll second that motion.
Very good. Thank you so much, Barb.
As long as it's spread out, who's the citizens also consider the requirements. Yeah. Yeah. So as long as that.
Okay, I'm getting a nod that it's in order.
Yes.
I'll read it out again once more. Okay, so the citizens' proposal is to consider changing the requirement back to the 100-kilometer one-way distance that the medical transportation program, that it was when the medical transportation program was created, and that the eligibility requirements for medical accommodations be reverted to the 100-kilometer one-way distance. That's repetitive. Okay. Consider that the eligibility requirements for medical accommodations be reverted to the 100-kilometer one-way distance it previously was when the program was first started. So that proposal is in order. Mover and seconder, do you have any additional commentary to put forward in favor, or should I take it to the floor? Very good. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss this proposal? I'm seeing nobody rushing for a mic. Oh, there is someone coming forward. Microphone number 2, please go ahead, Ms. Cunningham.
Susan Cunningham, District 21. Due to road conditions, a lot of our seniors, our disabled people either need a driver or they have to drive themselves. Their appointments are quite often, usually early in the morning. So they need accommodations the night before, because you can't be driving on those roads at night, especially in winter, because we have a lot of winter kill on the road. Our people that can't drive themselves are very compromised in getting to their appointments.
Understood. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the proposal? Are we ready to take it to a vote? All those in favor of the first citizens' proposal of 2026, raise your right hands with your right wristbands. All of those opposed? Okay, it carries. The proposal is adopted. Thank you kindly, Mr. Combs. Microphone number 2.
Barb Emmerich, District 21. I just had a question from yesterday.
Go ahead.
So this is about RLI. So yes, offices have closed. Peace River, Grand Prairie, and also Slave Lake wasn't mentioned yesterday. It was without warning. Thank you. It was without warning, and a lot of people are affected by that. And my question is, there was a new bus purchased very recently. I don't know the cost of that bus. I'd like to know the cost comparison between closing down these offices and the purchase of the bus, and how many buses are running on the road, what the gas costs are for those buses, how much you're paying for the employees that have to go there. Do you have to pay a hotel? How is that even balance out?
Very good. SEO Cohen Watson, do you have the answer for that at your fingertips, or shall we stand it down and bring a director forward?
We'll report back.
Very good. We'll stand it down. We'll bring forward the director who can answer that question. Microphone number 2.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Louise Aldrich from District 8. I want to move a proposal to the Civic Council concerning direct administration to develop meetings, operational, and mediation support to all of our district councils.
Very good. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Marianne Stepien, District 8.
Very good. Thank you, ladies. Do you want to just bring your written copy on up to the folks at the table, and we'll take a quick look? Okay, looks like they had a chance to take a look at this one already. So the proposal is that Citizens Council consider directing administration to develop meeting, operational, and mediation supports available to all district councils. Is there anyone who wishes to approach and speak to this proposal? I don't see anyone approaching a mic. Do you wish to make comments, mover and seconder? No comments needed. Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Is there all those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Very good. The motion carries. The proposal is adopted. Look at us humming along. The question from the front of what the 3 categories of support were, Mr. Fetch. I don't want to do it from memory and get it wrong. So the 3 categories of support are to develop meeting, operational, and mediation supports. If I need to stop and reread them, yell at me. That's how question of order works. You say, hey, I need to hear it again so I can make an informed decision. We'll stop, we'll read it, and we'll do whatever we need to make it better for you folks, okay? That takes us, I've got two more at microphone number 2, and then we're at microphone number 3. So please go ahead, microphone number 2.
Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is Alandra Ward. I'm from Rocky View, Métis District number 4. I would like to address the issue of a lack of support for Métis youth that are in the process of applying to post-secondary institutes, such as universities, colleges, and trade schools. To address this issue, I suggest that we create more opportunities for current post-secondary students and high school or aspiring post-secondary students to connect. I move to propose that Citizens Council consider creating 1 to 2 volunteer positions in each district open to current or recently graduated post-secondary students that are willing to provide assistance to their peers that are currently in the process of applying. And the reason for this proposal is because many post-secondary applications have specific Indigenous application pathways that include an essay section, and this can be difficult for especially our first generation post-secondary youth to find challenging to navigate that without support. It also provides an opportunity for our post-secondary students to remain connected and feel valued in their current communities.
Very good. Do you want to read the proposal section just one more? Oh. Yeah, you guys can clap for them. That's okay. Do you want to read just the proposal section that Citizens Council consider?
I move to propose that they consider creating 1 to 2 volunteer positions in each district open to current or recently graduated post-secondary students that are willing to provide assistance to their peers that are currently in the process of applying.
Okay, very good. The proposal is in order. It's for consideration at council. The name of the mover one more time?
Alandra Ward.
And do you have a seconder?
Alana Newton, District 4. I second that motion.
Very good. Thank you both. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this proposal? Seeing no one rushing forward. Very good. We do have someone who wishes to speak to the proposal.
Thank you. Am I on?
You're on.
Oh, perfect. Brenda Joyce Sinclair, District Aura 10, District 10, Edmonton South. Thank you. What I want to add to this is I love it, but I believe that we as requesting young post-secondary students to volunteer could be arduous as well. So if you're going to create that position, to create it that has some type of a credit to it, that allows it to become like a practicum position rather than just a volunteer position. Do you agree with that? You accept, or else pay them. Your choice.
Thank you, Brenda Joy. It sounds like that was a friendly amendment to the proposal. Is the friendly amendment accepted?
Yes.
Very good. You make a bit of work for administration. They'll figure out how to add that language in and decipher it. Are we all understood on what the proposal is? Is there anyone else who needs to hear it again? See no hands. Let's take this to a vote. All those in favor of the proposal as read with the friendly amendment? All those opposed? Proposal carries. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly, ladies. Microphone number 2.
Hello, my name's Ernest James Quintel. My number is 032838. I've got issues with rent, housing, and Métis people in the office. I can't seem to get information, navigation in the city. I was sent there 3 years ago to Edmonton because of medical. They put me in a Métis capital housing, which I thought is Métis, a place where we can go and stay. But I didn't know you gotta pay a lot of money to stay there. And as soon as I'm short a couple $100, eviction, no court order, 3 of them. And I was ready for surgery and I was ready to get kicked out in the middle of January. Jay Taylor enforced this. That went to court twice. I just got my hip surgery finally a month ago. I believe Homeward Trust, like the lady mentioned, would help. Homeward Trust is just pretty well trainees trying. Sure, they're trying. The people in the office that are really getting the big money, like housing minister, this lady that's talking up there, they really don't know the problems that we have to face. We gotta face the landlord. The landlord is like a guard for you guys, like it says here. Métis Nation is a non-profit organization. Yet you say, oh, we need to raise your rent to pay our employees. Like you guys got this stuff from the government for nothing. But Métis deserve a lot more than what they're getting. This is our country, don't forget. And you guys as leaders are asking for proposals. You guys should know this already. You guys are up there as leaders. Because when you got voted in, you promised the people, oh, we'll do this for you, take care of that. Just let us know what you're doing. 3 years still, none of my issues been addressed. After this, I will probably be homeless. Back home, my house is trashed to nothing. Now I got nothing but Edmonton, and I'm still not finished with my medical issues. Staying in Edmonton, if I don't pay the price, I'm out of there. To where, I don't know. Can you guys find, like you say, proposals? Can you guys propose something for the common people that really don't know where to go? Like, can some of these leaders actually go out and face the people how they live? A lot of Métis people are homeless on the street. I look out my window at them. They're poor, they're Métis, but they don't know where to go for help. They go to the phone numbers. I got a deck of cards. Phone these people, phone these people. None of them phone me back ever. Can the Métis Nation do better for their people? Come on. We're a nation. We're not First Nation, but we house First Nation people because First Nation has nothing in Edmonton. They got to go home where they're not accepted to go home. We got to do something for the people in these big cities because they're the ones that need a lot of help. And Métis Nation is just not helping good enough. There's too many silent millionaires here. Too many. Who's the leaders? They're all profiting. Not look at me. I'm going to shop at the second-hand stores. I'm trying to keep up with the high-style people, you know? I'm staying at the campground. I can't afford a room. But can our nation buy me a room? They say you're not on the list. Just like yesterday, gas card. You're not on the list, we can't help you. Yet I got a Métis card with a number. I gotta mean something. Now, you guys all get, industry pays you leaders for the community for each member. Does each member ever actually get anything? I never got nothing really. A little drop in a bucket. As soon as that little drop of bucket's in your bucket, and then you move on. You got your drop. Come on, let's smarten up. We got lots of land out there. Let's get it, farm it, use it. They're just logging this place for industry. Where I come from, they got trees beside the highway, but beyond that, it's just clear cut all over the place. You try to go hunting and everything over there, they say, oh, you can't come hunt here. Even though you were hunting there forever. Industry just took over Métis, and Métis just wants money. What's this all about? I didn't come all the way to Slave Lake just to collect money. I come here to speak, say what I got to say, because everywhere I talk, they hang up on me. We'll call you back. You called this other person. Nobody ever calls me back. I'm stressed right out. For the government, people, you know, they say, go to your nation, they'll help you. I went to the Friendship Center in Edmonton for food. They said, go to the food bank. We only help our members, First Nation. Where we help them, they don't help us. So I propose, I guess, the Métis government, act like a government. You got a whole country right here full of people that really mean nothing to the First Nation or to the society. We're right there in between, and we're quickly getting rubbed out. It's well lucky we got numbers on our cards, or we'd be nothing. I propose, that's all I can propose.
We appreciate it. No one's hanging up on you in this room. This is your space. That's the deal. The
Well, thank
SEO
you.
and the housing director will come find you. We'll have a discussion, okay? Okay, I've got microphone number 3 and then microphone number 2.
Good afternoon, Kelly Myers, District Captain of Fort McMurray Métis District 17. I'd like to bring forward a resolution on Crown consultation and environmental monitoring. Whereas Chapter 15.7C of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution establishes that district councils hold the authority and responsibility for the conduct of consultation and accommodation with the Crown, industry, and other Indigenous groups on behalf of the citizens of the district regarding their rights, claims, and interests. Chapter 15.7D of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution establishes that district councils hold the exclusive authority over environmental monitoring. The OMG at present has a consultation department with more than 20 employees, but provides no direct funding for district councils to hire Crown consultation staff. District councils have repeatedly struggled to work with the OMG consultation department, who answers to OMG administration and not district councils. The OMG receives Guardian funding from Canada and runs numerous environmental monitoring programs out of the provincial office, despite having no authority to conduct any environmental monitoring. This centralization of funding and resources in areas of district council authority undermines the ability of district councils to discharge their constitutional duties and undermines the rights and interests of our citizens. Therefore, be it resolved that Citizens Council shall consider directing the OMG administration through the SEO to develop a plan to decentralize Crown consultation and all environmental monitoring funding from provincial office to district councils, so that the district councils can hire their own consultation staff, develop their own environmental monitoring programs based on local priorities, and build capacity at the district level. And that the OMG administration shall comply with this direction and present a plan to Citizens Council within 90 days of receiving this direction.
Thank you, Captain Myers. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Heather Seald, Medicine Hat District Captain. I second it.
Very good. Thank you, captains. Do you want to bring your proposal up for the acting chair and the analyst? They'll take a look, make sure it's in order. While they're doing that, since it was relatively long, we'll go to microphone number 2, and we'll do some simultaneously because I want to make sure we get everybody. Is that okay? Good. Okay. Microphone number 2.
Hi, my name is Morgan Johnson. I'm from District 10, and I'm a Métis artist. I propose that Citizens Council consider developing and implementing a regulation that outlines acceptable generative artificial intelligence usage by all departments, branches, institutions, and arm's length officers, which explicitly prohibits the usage of image, graphical, and audiovisual generation, and outlines other acceptable uses of generative artificial intelligence. The reasons for this proposal are environmental impacts such as water usage and land extraction. The way that artificial intelligence shapes culture is it draws from resources that are not reliable, and it doesn't draw from the lived knowledges and experiences of Métis people. So it appropriates our culture, creates pan-Indigenous images, and it's very extractive and racist most of the time from the resources it's drawing from. It also takes away opportunities from Métis artists, and it cheapens the image of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. This proposal addresses those reasons through creation of controls for the use of generative artificial intelligence. Once again, I propose the Citizens Council consider developing and implementing a regulation that outlines acceptable generative artificial intelligence usage by all departments, branches, institutions, and arm's length officers, which explicitly prohibits the usage of image, graphical, and audiovisual generation and outlines other acceptable uses of generative artificial intelligence.
Very good. And sorry, your name one more time for?
Morgan Johnson.
Thank you, Morgan. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Yes, Aura Letty, District 10.
Very good. Could you read it one more time? Citizens Council consider?
I propose that Citizens Council consider developing and implementing a regulation that outlines acceptable generative artificial intelligence usage by all departments, branches, institutions, and arm's length officers, which explicitly prohibits the usage of image, graphical, and audiovisual generation and outlines other acceptable uses of generative artificial intelligence.
Okay, I appreciate the proposal. As currently drafted, it is out of order. Citizens Council doesn't have the authority to pass regulation that vests in cabinet. There is some minor tweaks that could be made to bring your proposal in order. If you want to visit the ladies over on this side of one of the tables, they'll give you a hand with that and then we'll bring it back, okay?
Thank you.
Very good. Microphone number 2, and then we're over to, sorry, then we're to number 1. Mr. Flett, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, my name is Jim Flett. I'm from the Fort Edmonton Métis District and volunteer with the St. Albert Métis District. I would like to address the administration of funding received by the OMG through the fuel charge proceeds for Indigenous Governments program administered by Environment and Climate Change Canada. My understanding is that these funds are intended to support the creation of a trust that will provide long-term sustainable funding for environmental stewardship and climate change initiatives benefiting the Métis Nation within Alberta. While the receipt of these funds is positive, many citizens might not be aware of how the trust is structured, who has been appointed as trustee, or how the funds are being managed on behalf of the citizens. As a matter of transparency and accountability, it would be beneficial for this information to be easily accessible and clearly communicated to membership on an annual basis. Therefore, I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider requiring the OMG of the Métis Nation within Alberta to disclose within its audited annual financial statements through the schedule the organization or entity appointed as trustees for the fuel charge proceeds for Indigenous Governments Trust, together with a plain language summary of the trust's purpose and governance.
Very good. You have a seconder, Mr. Flett?
Phyllis Kelly, St. Albert District.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. One more time from the Citizens Council consider.
Therefore, I move to propose the Citizens Council consider requiring the Otipemisiwak Métis government, the Métis Nation within Alberta, to disclose within its audited annual financial statements through the schedule the organization or entity appointed as trustees for the fuel charge proceeds for Indigenous Governments Trust, together with a plain language summary of the trust's purpose and governance.
Very good. Thank you kindly. The proposal is in order. Is there anyone who needs it read one more time?
No, please don't.
No? Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this proposal? Seeing no one waving or approaching the microphones, we'll take it to a vote. All those in favor of the proposal as read, just raise your hands. All those opposed? Motion carries. Some folks aren't raising their hands high enough for me, but the motion was clearly carried. Thank you, Mr. Fleck. Your proposal is adopted. That takes us to microphone number 1, please, Captain Rudick.
Terry Rudick, District Captain from Jasper House, District 7. So I have a resolution on OMG communication information sharing protocols with district councils. Whereas a district council are an elected branch of the Otipemisiwak Métis government with authority and responsibility for developing and delivering programs and services for the benefit of the citizens in the district. Chapter 13.1 of the Otipemisiwak Métis government constitution identifies the purpose of the OMG as follows: to advance the social, cultural, and economic well-being, education, and health of the Métis Nation within Alberta, its citizens, families, and communities of its territories. To advance, address, secure, and protect the rights, interests, and claims of the Métis Nation within Alberta and the communities of its territories. To provide fair, responsible, transparent, and accountable governance to the citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta. Chapter 13.2 of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution requires the OMG to ensure citizens have meaningful ways to be consulted and participate in initiatives of the Otipemisiwak Métis government at all levels. District councils at present lack the information on their citizens that is required for them to carry out their constitutional responsibilities. There are presently little to no coordination and communication between the OMG departments and the district councils. Programs and services continue to be centralized in provincial offices, reduce the access of our citizens to programs and services outside of major urban centers. Métis Nation within Alberta citizens would benefit from the improved operations, programs, and services that would result from improved communication and coordination. Therefore, be it resolved, Citizens Council shall consider directing OMG administration to complete the following tasks. Work collaboratively with district councils to prepare a revised information sharing MOU that provides access to the information required by district councils to discharge their constitutional authorities and responsibilities while protecting the privacy of the Métis Nation within Alberta citizens. Work collaboratively with district councils to develop plans to decentralize the administration of programs and services to the district council or territorial level, where this could improve citizen access to programs and services and be done in a financially sustainable manner. These tasks shall be completed within 180 days of OMG administration receiving direction from Citizen Council.
Very good. Thank you, Captain Rita. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
I'd like to second that. Mike Hanley, Captain Lac St. Anne District.
Thank you, Captain Hanley. If you want to bring your proposal up to the table, we'll take a quick review of it, and we'll move on to the next and just continue on the list. I think the youth proposal is ready, the AI proposal, I'm told, is ready to go. They have the microphone. Please go ahead.
Hi, once again, I'm Morgan Johnson from District 10. I propose that Citizens Council consider directing Cabinet to develop and implement a regulation that outlines acceptable generative artificial intelligence usage by all departments, branches, institutions, and arm's length officers, which explicitly prohibits the usage of image, graphical, and audiovisual generation, and outlines other acceptable uses of generative artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Would you consider a procedural amendment that Citizens Council refer to Cabinet as opposed to direct Cabinet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Very good. Do you want to reread it one more time with that adjustment?
I propose that Citizens Council consider referring Cabinet to develop, implement a regulation that outlines acceptable generative artificial intelligence usage by all departments, branches, institutions, and arm's length officers, which explicitly prohibits the usage of image, graphical, and audiovisual generation, and outlines other acceptable uses of generative artificial intelligence.
Thank you kindly. And your seconder?
I accept those amendments.
Very good. Seconding?
Seconding it, yes.
Very good. Secretary Orletti seconds. Discussion on this? Does anyone want to debate? See no hands, no rushing to the mic. All those in favor of the citizens' proposal as presented on generative AI? All those opposed? Motion carries overwhelmingly. Thank you kindly. That takes us on my list to microphone number 2.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Ladisser. I'm a Métis citizen of District 11, St. Albert. I would like to address the issue, and there is absolutely no judgment here, of the $1.8 approximately million spent in the salaries of district captains and district reps. I am proposing that to address this issue, I would propose that we create a district governance/council manager operating as a professional governance and operational support position with the OMG's organizational structure. I'm presenting this proposal for the following reasons: to ensure consistent operational standards, to ensure reps and accountable elected representatives are accountable for carrying out responsibilities, that leadership performance be evaluated, that serious or ongoing performance concerns may be escalated through an established process, that the OMG would benefit through alignment to OMG future goals and visions, current goals and visions as well. And this could be created through performance agreements for people in these positions. The reason is because there is currently no monitoring of basic operational requirements within the districts. There is no development of annual operating plans. There are no goals or obvious priorities. There is no consistent administrative practices. So that concludes my proposal. The goal would be to build leadership capacity rather than simply identify shortcomings within districts. It would also serve as progression and leadership planning for OMG into the future with stronger leadership, greater accountability, and better citizenship, better citizen representation, better district operation consistency, early intervention, increased public confidence, and to protect leadership integrity.
Can you read just the portion of Be It Resolved Citizens Council consider one more time, please?
I guess that would be the creation of a district council governance manager operating as a professional governance and operational support with the OMG's organizational structure to oversee district and citizen rep captain positions within the province of Alberta.
Okay. I'm going to stand that one down. It's going to go to a review. We just need to take a quick look, make sure it's in line with the Constitution, because there's a flag. I'm going to send you this way. Ethan is going to raise his hand. See Ethan in the corner? He's going to give you a hand with that, and we'll bring it back, okay?
Thank you.
Microphone. I've got microphone number 3, and then I've got 2 at number 1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Brenda Janai, District Captain, Lesser Slave Lake Métis District. I have a resolution on the District Council operational funding. Whereas District Councils are an elected branch of the Otipemisiwak Métis government with authority and responsibility extending to the following matters. The operation of the District Council, including the holding of meetings, elections, financial management, accountability, and reporting to citizens residing in the district. Administration of the business of District Council, the conduct of consultation and accommodation with the Crown, industry, and other Indigenous groups on behalf of the citizens of the district regarding their rights, claims, and interests. Environmental monitoring in the district, repatriation, ownership and management of lands for the use and benefit of the citizens residing in the district, overseeing institutions to develop and deliver programs and services for the benefit of the citizens of the district, consulting with citizens within the district regarding the voting and ratification of the modern-day treaty or land claims agreement with the Crown, authority and responsibility regarding specified matters as delegated by the Citizens Council, and instituting and amending policies in relation to the above-listed matters, provided that such policies are consistent with the Otipemisiwak Métis government laws. Chapter 13.1 of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution identifies the purposes of the OMG as follows: to advance the social, cultural, and economic well-being, education, and health of the Métis Nation within Alberta, its citizens, families, and communities of its territories. To advance, address, secure, and protect the rights, interests, and claims of the Métis Nation within Alberta and the communities of its territories, to provide fair, responsible, transparent, and accountable governance to the citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta. District councils presently receive annual operational funding of $80,000, which, even if there were 22 district councils established, would amount to less than 1% of the total OMG annual revenues. This imbalance is in operational funding between our 2 elected levels of governments undermines the ability of the district councils to advance the rights and interests of the citizens and provide employment opportunities, services, and supports in the communities where our citizens live. Therefore, be it resolved that I propose that Citizens Council shall consider directing the administration to develop a plan to provide adequate and sustainable operational funding to district councils that is consistent with the constitutional responsibilities that district councils have. And 2, that the OMG administration shall comply with this direction and present a plan to Citizens Council within 90 days of receiving this direction.
Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I kind of messed up on number 2. It would be that Citizens Council shall follow up with the SEO and administration with direction and present this plan to Citizens Council within 90 days of receiving said direction.
Thank you, Captain Janai. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Diane Kim Paradary, District 22, and I second the motion.
Thank you, Diane. Do you guys want to bring your written copy up to the acting chair and the analyst? They'll take a look and we'll circle back to that one. We're at microphone number 1.
Carmen Lasante, District Captain for Calgary-Abo Métis District, District 6 in Calgary. Resolution on financial transparency and accountability. Whereas Chapter A, Chapter 13.2H of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution requires the OMG to operate in a transparent and fiscally responsible manner. B, the last year, as indicated, there are serious issues related to financial transparency and accountability within the OMG, including the recent dismissal of the senior executive officer, SEO, and the lack of transparency around the conditions and reasons for his dismissal. Chapter 16.19F of the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution requires that the Citizen Council approves the annual district budget. The Citizen Council approve the annual budget of the Otipemisiwak Métis government and provide financial accountability to citizens. Elected officials in all demographic governments, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, are responsible for determining how government funds are spent. Citizens Council has repeatedly been told by the President and senior administration that they cannot review and approve an annual budget of the entire OMG, despite the clear language of the Constitution. The lack of a transparent budgeting process creates an environment that encourages financial mismanagement and the misuse of the government funds. The current budgeting process provides citizens with no mechanisms for democratic accountability, as their elected officials have no say in how OMG's funds are spent. Therefore, be it resolved that Citizens Council consider developing a comprehensive process for developing the OMG budget that is directed by Citizens Council and requires that a detailed OMG budget be approved by Citizens Council every year. That Citizens Council ensure compliance and present a draft budgeting process for review and approval by Citizens Council within 90 days of receiving said direction.
Good. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Joseph Rene DeMills, Fort Edmonton, District 9, and I second this motion.
Thank you, Captain DeMills. Do you want to bring your written proposal on up to the acting chair? They'll take a look, and we'll carry on down the list. Microphone number 1.
Pat Aker, Treasurer, Medicine Hat District 2. I would like to address the issue of the closure of the Medicine Hat Métis Urban Housing Office, as citizens have concerns that have been brought forward to the council for being, their concerns are no accessibility to Métis urban housing and condition of repairs. And we have no local representation. So I would move to propose that the Citizens Council consider directing resources to reopen the Medicine Hat Urban Housing Office in Medicine Hat and assign a representative. As we live in the area, we know we have closer access and easier access to contractors than the people that are living in Edmonton.
Thank you kindly. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
I second it. Heather Steele, Medicine Hat District Captain.
Thank you. And the mover's name one more time for me, please.
Heather Seal.
Sorry, the mover's name one more time.
Pat Aker.
Thank you, Pat Baker. Could you read the portion of Citizens Council consider?
Directing the resources to reopen the Medicine Hat Urban Housing Office in Medicine Hat and assign a representative.
Very good. That resolution is in order. Is there anyone who wishes to have any discussion or debate with respect to the resolution? Seeing no hands waving and no one running for microphones, we'll take it to decision. All those in favor of the resolution? All those opposed? The resolution carries. Thank you. It is adopted. That takes us to microphone number 2.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Lyric Jesso, Youth Councillor, District 19. Today, I'd like to address the issue of lack of youth leadership roles within the Otipemisiwak Métis government. I propose that the Citizens Council deeply consider implementing a standing youth council embedded within the legislation of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. The Métis Nation within Alberta is growing each and every day, and I ask that this growth be alongside our youth. We are the leaders of tomorrow, and our ideas contribute to the future of our nation. Giving Métis youth enduring opportunities to lead and participate in governance will strengthen our walk forward and secure a spot for our future leaders to be mentored and guided. This will give Métis youth the chance to solidify knowledge passed down from our elders and knowledge keepers, and will protect those who will follow in our footsteps. A standing youth council within the Otipemisiwak Métis government would create a consistent and organized avenue to hear from our youth across the homeland while simultaneously preparing the next generation of Métis leaders. Amplifying our voices and securing our roles within governance. For the reasons I stated, I'd like to again reiterate my proposal that the Citizens Council deeply consider implementing a standing youth council, of which is embedded within the legislation of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. And that concludes my proposal.
Thank you kindly. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Darby McGuinness, Métis District 9, Fort Edmonton. I second that motion.
Very good. What did I say yesterday about the youth, everyone? Make time for them. They'll make time for you. Well done. So I know you worked with that administration to get the wording on that right. It is in order. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss this resolution? Debate? Okay. All those in favor of the resolution from... That's pretty clear. All those opposed? Very good. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Microphone number 3, we're to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Dolores Prudenberry Cox. I'm from the Lesser Slave Lake, Métis District 21. I would like to address the issue of programs and services that are accessible to the youth outside of the larger urban areas. To address this issue, I suggest that decentralizing the youth departmental programs and to have the services equality. And I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider decentralization of the youth programs to the territories to ensure that all youth are able to access the programs. The reason of this proposal is because youth in the communities outside of the larger centers, such as Edmonton and Calgary, do not have the same access to the programs offered by the youth department.
Good. Do you have a seconder?
Diane Kim Paradary, District Captain of number 22, and I second the motion.
Thank you, Captain Paradary. The resolution is in order. Is there any discussion or debate to the resolution? Seeing none, we'll go to decision. All those in favor of the resolution? All those opposed? The resolution is carried. The proposal is adopted. Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Microphone number 3 again.
They're ready now.
Microphone number 3.
Susan Cunningham from Lesser Slave Lake Métis District. I would like to address the issue of locations of hotels for medical accommodation. Currently, accommodations are only available in larger centers, such as Edmonton, Calgary, Fort McMurray, Grand Prairie. Often our citizens are referred to other centers, such as Barrhead and Westlock, to name a few. To address this issue, I suggest that we, the health department, open charge accounts in the smaller communities to accommodate the citizens. And I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider creating an account in smaller communities to provide access to accommodation for citizens or the health department, medical transportation, reimbursement, reimburse citizens if they have to pay for their own rooms. The reason for this proposal is because some procedures and treatments are frequently sent to or Westlock or Barrhead, and they have to travel for surgery or chemotherapy, so citizens can have accommodation there as well.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Can you read, oh, sorry, do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Yes, I'm the seconder, Dolores Pridden Cox. Thank you.
Very good. If both of you could give the spellings of your names to the clerk table when we're finished. Could you just read the portion after Citizens Council consider one more time?
Consider creating an account in smaller communities to provide access to accommodations for citizens or the health department, medical transportation reimbursement, or to reimburse citizens if they have to pay for their own room.
Okay, there's going to be a slight change that I think is going to be necessary for the wording. If you want to bring your written version up to administration at the front, we'll get that help to you, and we'll come back to it. That takes us over to Roving Mike. I understand one of the ones we stood down is now ready.
Okay, Joanne from St. Albert once again. This is what we've come up with. I didn't understand the whole relationship between the districts within the province and the OMG administration, which I understand is a very unique relationship. So what we've come up with is that the Citizens Council consider directing administration to explore options for building managerial capacity in the district councils in order to increase consistency in operating procedures, allow for citizens' concerns to be heard and addressed by district councils, and allow for alignment with the OMG's broader goals, which may include establishing a specific province-wide position to provide such support, and specifically to serve as a liaison between citizens and their district councils.
Very good. And seconder for your proposal.
Phyllis Kelly, St. Albert District.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Anyone who wishes to discuss this proposal or the substance therein? Seeing none, all those in favor of the proposal as presented? All those opposed? It carries. It is so adopted. Thank you, ladies. That takes us to microphone number 3.
Dear Mr. Chair, my name is Ashlyn Granger and I'm a youth from Red Deer District 3. I would like to address the issue of inconsistent and unsustainable funding for the youth-specific cultural and life skill programming. I move to propose that Citizens Council considers establishing an internal Otipemisiwak Métis government-specific youth cultural and life skill programming fund as the development and implementation of a long-term sustainable funding mechanism. Some of the reasons for this proposal are Métis youth are the future and a strong, active part of our nation today. Youth aged 12 to 29 make up 1/3 of total Otipemisiwak Métis government citizenship. We deserve opportunities to gain traditional skills, learn our language, advocate for ourselves, share our experiences, and help shape the future of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. These opportunities should not rely on inconsistent grant availability. Relying on third-party funding sources such as grants creates inconsistent and unsustainable access to programming. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to Action 66 emphasizes the importance of multi-year funding for community-based programming for youth as part of reconciliation. Personally, I've spent many years participating in youth programming by attending events hosted by the Otipemisiwak Métis Youth Department. Métis Government Youth Department. The youth department activities have helped me grow into a much more confident and connected Métis person by giving me meaningful opportunities to build lifelong friendships, access to elders, strengthen my connection to my culture, learn from other Métis people and their experiences. As stated in 13.1 Part J of the Constitution, the Otipemisiwak Métis government goals and responsibilities are to improve the quality of life of citizens by providing social, economical, spiritual, cultural, public safety, justice, and health supports that are specifically designed and tailored to their specific needs and realities. So based on the reasons I have given, I move to propose that the Citizens Council establish an Otipemisiwak Métis government specific youth, cultural, and life skill programming fund. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Very good. Before I ask for your seconder, can I get you to just read the proposal portion one more time, please?
I move to propose that Citizens Council establish an Otipemisiwak Métis government specific youth, cultural, and life skill programming fund.
Okay. I'm going to stand you down. It's out of order as it's currently written. We'll send an administrator to come give you a quick suggestion and we can get it back in order, I think. Sam's going to come see you, so we'll stand that one down and we'll come back to it. That takes us over to microphone number 1. Oh, sorry. Before we go to microphone number 1, we've got a few of the ones we stood down. I see a line already, so we'll jump through those and then we'll come to you, Alan.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Kelly Myers, District Captain, Fort McMurray Métis District. I brought forward the resolution on Crown consultation and environmental monitoring. I'm here for a friendly amendment to therefore be it resolved to bullet number 2. I'd like to replace it with that the Citizens Council will further consider directing the SEO to present the aforementioned plan within 90 days of receiving said direction.
Very good. Would you mind reading the entirety of the council consider portion, just so we're all on the same page?
Sure. Therefore, be it resolved that Citizens Council shall consider directing the SEO, shall consider directing the OMG administration through the SEO to develop a plan to decentralize Crown consultation and all environmental monitoring funding from provincial office to district councils so that the district councils can hire their own consultation staff, develop their own environmental monitoring programs based on local priorities, and build capacity at the district level. And 2, that the Citizens Council will further consider directing the SEO to present the aforementioned plan within 90 days of receiving said direction.
Very good. Thank you, Captain Myers. And your seconder one more time.
Heather Seal, Medicine Hat District Captain.
Thank you, Captain Seal. Okay, is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate this resolution for proposal? Seeing no one rushing a mic, all those in favor of the proposal as read. All those opposed? Carries overwhelmingly. Thank you kindly. Please go ahead with your amended.
Okay, so you want it just from, therefore I propose?
Yes, please.
Okay. I propose that Citizen Council shall consider directing the SEO to develop a plan to provide adequate and sustainable operational funding to district councils that is consistent with the constitutional responsibilities that district councils have, and that Citizen Council will further consider directing the SEO to comply with this direction and present a plan to Citizens Council within 90 days of receiving said direction.
Thank you, Captain Janai. Is that clear for everyone in the room? Anyone need it reread? No hands. Your seconder, please.
Diane Kim Paradary, District 22, and I second it.
Very good. Thank you kindly. Discussion? Debate? No one's got their hands up? We're an agreeable bunch today, and I love that. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Carried. So adopted. Please carry on.
Terry Rudick, District Captain from Jasper House. Therefore, be it resolved, Citizens Council shall consider directing OMG administration to complete the following tasks. Work collaboratively with district councils to prepare a revised information sharing MOU that provides access to the information required by district councils to discharge their constitutional authorities and responsibilities while protecting the privacy of Métis Nation within Alberta. And bullet 2, the Citizen Council will gather, consider directing the OMG administration to complete the aforementioned tasks within 180 days of administration receiving said direction.
Very good. Thank you, Captain Rudick. Captain Hanley, trust still seconding?
Seconding.
Very good. Discussion? Anyone wants to debate this one? No? Still agreeable? Good. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, carried. Thank you kindly.
I assume it's just from therefore be it resolved.
You got it.
That Citizens Council consider developing a comprehensive process for developing the OMG budget that is directed by Citizens Council and requires that a detailed OMG budget be approved by Citizens Council every year. That Citizens Council consider ensuring compliance and present a draft budgeting process for review and approval by Citizens Council within 90 days of receiving said direction.
Very good. And your seconder, still Captain DeMel?
I second. Thank you.
Very good. Discussion? Debate? No one's rushing the mics. All those in favor of the proposal as read? All those opposed? Proposal carries. Thank you.
Susan Cunningham from Lester Slave Lake, Métis District. Oh,
boy, this is.
from there. And I move to propose that the Citizens Council direct administration to open more accounts in smaller communities to provide access to accommodations. Okay.
It's going to be a fight now.
For citizens or the health department medical transportation reimbursement, reimbursing to citizens if they have to pay their own rooms.
Okay, and your seconder still Captain Janai?
Yes, I second that.
Very good. Could I just take a quick look at it? I'll read it back into the crowd real quick so that we make sure we're all on the same page, if that's okay. Okay, the proposal is that Citizens Council consider directing administration to open more accounts in smaller communities to provide access to accommodations for citizens, or the health department medical transportation reimburse citizens if they have to pay for their own room. And that's the proposal. It's properly moved, properly seconded. It's in order. Is there discussion or debate? Discussion, Ms. Elder Auger, please.
It's from my name is Esther Auger from District 21 and Susan's proposal. As an elder, like I've been facing many different kinds of health issues, and I need to go here and I need to go there, and I have been canceling a specialist appointment in Grand Prairie for just about 2 years now. I have a hard time finding somebody to take me because either they're working and I'm really a high maintenance, like people have to basically like take the walker and get me in the vehicle and all that. And I finally just talked to the doctor, you know. I said, doctor, you know, if I'm getting really too sick, just send me home. Because where I live in Slave Lake here is that AHS has like changed a lot of things where people are going to be referred to Fort McMurray, Grand Prairie, High Prairie, West Lock, and it's expensive. I mean, like most of the people that I know in Slave Lake that are willing to take me, but they're either working or like Grand Prairie is further than Edmonton. It's really ridiculous because with Slave Lake, I would be able to hop on a bus, get a hotel room, or go stay at my granddaughter's. But it's just I don't think I'm the only one that's facing many difficulties and trying to get medical attention.
Thank you, Elder Esther. Appreciate that. Is there any further discussion with respect to the proposal? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of the proposal as read? All those opposed? Okay. Very good. Proposal carries. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. It's so adopted. Okay, we'll do one more roving mic, then we're going to go to Mr. Boucher, then we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to do this some more.
My name is Ashlyn Granger. I'm a District 3 youth, and I move to propose that Citizens Council consider establishing an internal Otipemswag Métis government-specific youth cultural and life skill programming fund as a development and implementation of a long-term sustainable funding mechanism.
Very good. Blue wristband. Lovely. Seconder.
Just so District 19, I second that motion, Mr. Chair.
Good motion. Seconded. Motion's in order. Is there any discussion or debate? Please. Yeah, he's going to debate the motion. Let's hear it.
My name is Max Cardinal. I am from District 19. I'm reading on behalf of one of my friends. This is what he wrote. I want to say thank you to everybody from the Métis Nation of Alberta Youth Department for all the amazing opportunities you have made available for me and countless other Métis youth. From the amazing summer camp you put on, where we got to learn so much, make amazing friendships, memories that will last a lifetime. All the way to the soaring summit in Halifax that you flew us out to. It offered me many amazing opportunities to help me find what I want to do in life and gave me the resources to make my dreams come true. As well as the weekly get-togethers that you host, where we get to learn traditional Métis crafts and knowledge. These are just some of the ways you have changed my life for the better and helped me on my journey. You have always created opportunities for me to learn about my culture and grow as a person. I am so grateful for all the hard work you do to make these opportunities possible for me and many others.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. That's well said. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to debate or make submission on this motion, please?
Hello, Brittany Supernall, District 9, I'm pretty sure. I'm sorry, in Edmonton.
We'll take your word for it.
So I have the wondrous opportunity to work with youth, like across the Métis Nation. And one of the projects that we did this year, which was only possible through youth program funding, was the creation of this book. It's not yet out, but it's going to be out very soon. It's called Kiano Achamawina, and it's basically a collection of youth stories, poems, reflections, and as well as a screenplay. So when we have access to youth programming and we empower youth to step out on their own and to grow in their skills, not only as writers, but storytellers and community members, we create amazing projects that will last long past the time that we age out of youth. So this is why youth-specific programming and for the council to consider prioritizing youth programming is so essential.
Okay, further discussion with respect to the motion? Do we need it reread? No, everyone's good? Okay, all those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Proposal is adopted. Thank you kindly. Mr. Boucher, thank you for your consummate patience. The floor to you.
Okay, Alan Boucher, District 19. My proposal is having the M&A pay part of the prescription costs. Now, when I look around the room here, I see a lot of gray power. And this has to do with seniors. Now, some of us are on Blue Cross, or it could be another, program. But with Blue Cross, I'm on that senior 66, program. But you still have to pay 30% of your prescriptions. And because a lot of seniors are on limited income, I'm proposing that somehow maybe the M&A could cover the cost of the 30%. But I guess each program will have different, numbers, but I'm only talking about the Blue Cross, And because of limited income, I mean, being a diabetic, my prescriptions with insulin is about $90-some a month, and I'm not complaining about that because I get a gold-plated pension, they call it. But nevertheless, for others who are in limited income, I think it's important that, the MD consider that. The other thing is, because I have a below-the-knee amputation, that's why I have to sit down. I can't stand for too long. Lord forbid, if something was to happen to my prosthetic, because we're only allowed to get one every 5 years, in those situations, which are very rare, somehow, I know Blue Cross, not Blue Cross, Aids for Daily Living has said they only covered once every 5 years. And of course, there's costs associated with prosthetics, like the prosthetic socks and the sleeve and the, I forgot the other part, that, sticks to your skin so that your prosthetic doesn't come off, Those you only get, I think, for a year, And sometimes a lot of us are active, at least in my case, dancing every weekend. I wear those out. But I was told you're only allowed, I think it was 4 or 5. So I have to limit my dancing for at least 3 more months, because it goes by, every so often. So nevertheless, it's something that I think, should be considered for those seniors that have prescription costs that they have to pay out of their pocket. And for those, like I said, limited income, And I think it's important because not all seniors get a good pension. So that's for the seniors.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Boucher. So my understanding is that you have it written, and it's that Citizens Council consider exploring options to provide prescription supports to citizens to assist with costs not covered by insurance. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically.
Very
or
good.
Another word could be subsidized,
I think we covered in your original wording. You have a seconder for that proposal?
Yes, Bernie Pratchett, District 12, District Captain.
The rodeo's not happening today, Bernie. Bring it down. Okay. So the proposal again for consideration is that Citizens Council consider exploring options to provide prescription supports to citizens to assist with costs not covered by insurance. Is there anyone who wants to discuss or debate that proposal? Ms. Brenda Joy?
Okay. Brenda Joy Sinclair, District 10. I want to support this proposal. I actually pay $143 a month to an external health provider to cover the extra prescriptions monthly because my seniors program does not do it. So one of the suggestions I have is if the council could consider creating a Métis seniors specific envelope that allows us to pay into that program that gives us greater health benefits in vision, dentistry, and prescription. So instead of me paying $143 $43 a month extra with the support of our government, we could then just pay a smaller amount per month to be a part of that program. I think that's a really good suggestion, don't you, Garrett?
I don't have any opinions because I'm objectively the chair. Unless you ask me about youth. Support the youth. Elder Esther.
I just had a retina tear about a year and a half ago, and I had been coming to Edmonton for surgery and stuff like that, and I was told to use Sustain eye drops, and they're about $17 a bottle, and 4 times a day. Like, it can cost lots. Now I'm also going for physiotherapy, and that's how come I'm able to walk with a walker, because they help me with what they call the dry needle and whatever else. Now I was told that I only can get 6 sessions, I think, per year or something. But it is a big struggle. Like, I have a home. I thought as long as I have a home, I'll pay my rent, and the rest, well, whatever I can manage. And the district office helps me with food and stuff like that, and I really appreciate that. That's Brenda and Barb. They do a lot of stuff for me. And I want to just say thank you to them and accept.
Thank you, Elder Esther. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this proposal number 2? Ms. Cunningham.
Susan Cunningham, District 21. I'm not a senior, and I'm on permanent disability. I paid $164 a month for subsidized Blue Cross, and that only got me 4 months worth of benefits, and all my health benefits, my extended health benefits were used up by then. So this isn't just for seniors, it's for those on disability as well, because we are struggling.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this proposal? Seeing no one approaching the mics, we'll go to decision. All those in favor of the proposal as read. All those opposed? The motion carries. The proposal is adopted. We're going to take a 20-minute break, and I'm going to tell you this is self-serving because they got me under these hot lights like a baby chick. I'm not sure what I'm going to hatch here, but I need to get off the stage for a little while. So we're going to take a break for 20 minutes. If you do have a proposal ready that you want to bring forward that administration hasn't looked at, they'll be available to help you through with wording, and then we can bring it forward and avoid some of the stand downs. So if you want to make your way to either of the tables for help there, you can. But we'll be in recess until 3 o'clock or 2 minutes after. Now we're ready to go and have dinner, dance, enjoy each other's company. Okay, folks can find their seats and we'll bring the noise down just a bit and we'll get through the last of these. Okay, so I've got a roving microphone out and then we've got microphone number 2 and then I'll kind of go in order as they come up to the microphones. So our intrepid press secretary, Kenny Trenton at the back has a roving microphone. You're on.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Noreen McAteer, Fort Vermilion Métis District. I would like to address the issue of the fairness of the distribution for housing program funding. To address this issue, I suggest that we distribute housing program funding equally by district. And I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider housing program funding be distributed equally between districts rather than on a first-come, first-served basis. A first-come, served basis process creates an unfair disadvantage to citizens that do not have access to or experience with technology, specifically our seniors and elders who are often those most in need of support.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. McAteer. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Good afternoon, Crystal McAteer, District 15. I second the motion.
Thank you kindly, Ms. McAteer. Okay, so it is in order and properly moved. Do we need it reread? Yes, please. We need it read one more time from Citizens Council Consider, please.
I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider housing program funding be distributed equally between districts rather than on a first-come, first-served basis.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. McAteer. So is there any discussion or debate in respect to this motion? I'm going to look for hands or people running for microphones. I do see a hand, microphone number 1.
Hi, Courtney Inkster from Métis District 9. I was just wondering if we could have a little bit of clarification regarding the equally, because some of the districts do have considerably more citizens, and therefore it would not be fair and equal.
Okay, there's a question to the mover about what is meant by equally.
That's a good question.
We could do it per capita. Why I suggested the distribution is because District 15 has not received any funding assistance for housing programs, I venture to say, since the early 1980s.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? Seeing no hands and no rush for the microphones, all those in favor of the proposal as read? All of those opposed? The motion carries. The proposal is so adopted. Thank you, Ms. McAteer. Okay, that takes us to microphone number 2.
Before I begin my proposal, I'd like to just take a moment to say how encouraged I am to see so many youth getting up to the microphone today to stand up for their rights. These are the people that will be here to, in the future. So it was so great to see so many people. My name is Barb Emmerich from Lesser Slave Lake Métis District. I'd like to address the issue of the MTP program's requirement of a 7-day notice to request accommodations before to see a specialist or an appointment for surgery, as some of the events are last-minute calls from a specialist center. To address this issue, I suggest we waive the 7-day clause for certain situations, such as calls to be at a hospital for surgery or specialists within that 7 days. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider directing administration to revise the 7-day notification requirement for the medical travel program, such that the requirement be waived for those in emergency situations or if someone gets called to attend a specialist appointment or an awaited for surgery that suddenly becomes available within the 7-day timeframe. Currently, if you look on the webpage, the MTP says they are currently not intended for medical emergencies. That means if a citizen isn't experiencing a medical emergency, they or family may apply but will not be guaranteed medical accommodations since it falls under the 7-day notice clause that is currently in place. Not to mention, citizens cannot access an MTP worker after hours. This effectively leaves our citizens out in the cold. There are also citizens who get called on short notice for surgery or specialists and appointments and require these accommodations.
Thank you, Ms. Emmerich. Could you read the proposal portion of your motion? Be it resolved.
Be resolved, I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider directing administration to revise the 7-day notification requirement for the medical travel program such that the requirement be waived for those in emergency situations or if someone gets called to attend a specialist appointment or an awaited for surgery that suddenly becomes available within the 7-day timeframe.
Very good. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Rainey DeCoing, District 21. I second that motion.
Thank you. Is there discussion for this motion? Debate? See no one rushing the microphones. All those in favor of the proposal? Very good. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. Proposal is so adopted. Thank you kindly. Microphone number 1.
Tansi, my Apatawasan, sisters, brothers of the nation, our respected elders, our veterans, any dignitaries from other governments that are here, last but not least, our elected officials. This proposal I'd like to present, I am from Fort Edmonton, District 9. My name is Norman Wanich. And my proposal reads as is, excuse me. I would like to address the issue of increasing citizen access to employment, leadership, decision-making opportunities within the Métis government and our institutions. Also, to address the issue, I suggest that we give preference to the Métis citizens in consideration for employment, leadership, and decision-making roles within our government and institutions whenever possible. And I move to propose that the Citizen Council consider implementing legislative or policy requirements that would ensure the Métis citizens are prioritized, supported, and given the preference for employment, leadership, and decision-making roles within our government and its institutions whenever possible. The reason for this proposal is because the previous bylaws of the Métis Nation of Alberta Association contained a requirement of multiple points that our government would, where possible, employ members of the Métis Nation based on merit and qualifications. Today, our Constitution says, Métis government's goals and responsibilities are to ensure citizens have meaningful ways to be consulted and participate in the initiatives of the Métis government at all levels. As we build our new government and our institutions, it is important that the resources and the opportunities that are intended to benefit the citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta reach those people whenever possible. It is only by working together as Métis people that we can ensure that our nation and our government is not lost to colonial ways and practices. And I might add at this point in time as well, a culture is strong when people work with each other for each other. A culture is weak when people work against each other for themselves. And I've also said this in the past, we need a united nation, not a broken one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wanich. I'm going to stand you down and send you up to the front table to go through it. They're going to give you a quick wording adjustment. We'll bring you back and we'll get to this one, okay? Very good, thank you. We're at microphone number 2.
Hi, I'm back. My name is Joanne. Thank you, Tyler. I'm from St. Albert. I just was given the opportunity to quickly share with you that in St. Albert, we have the wîcêhtowin Youville Residential School Truthing Initiative that has been in place since 2023. We are a research and program development project to promote the experiences of all students who attended the Youville residential school or the convent, known as the convent in St. Albert. And because so many, St. Albert was such a unique and well-populated Métis community in the early days of the fur trade, many of the students or many of the children who attended the Youville were actually Métis families. And we know that now because we've conducted the research. So I just wanted to put it out there that I have cards here that talk about our project. It has my contact information on it. And if you are interested at all in finding out if your family or your ancestors attended the Youville residential school in any capacity, because it operated both as a day school and a boarding school, that I would be more than happy to assist you with your inquiries or your family stories or whatever may be. So thank you for allowing me to share this.
Great information. Thank you so much for sharing with us. We've got microphone number 3, and then we'll come back this direction.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Yvonne Poitras-Pratt, and I am an educator. I currently work at the University of Calgary as a professor, and I am very passionate about Métis education. So my issue today, the reason I'm standing here and proposing a citizen's proposal is I would like to look at the ways in which our nation is supporting Métis education. So I'm an educator. I work with teachers and I look at curriculum and I advocate for the Métis inclusion across K-12. And so as a passionate Métis educator, what I'm seeing here in the province of Alberta, thank you, sound person, is that we now have a curriculum that's coming out from our government that is really problematic. And I can tell you that in the K-6 draft curriculum that is now formalized, the Métis are an afterthought. There are 4 bullet points that really explore the experiences and history of the Métis people, despite years and years of advocacy. As a teacher educator, what I see is a very hostile government that does not listen to the voices of the Métis people when it comes to our inclusion. Here in Alberta, we have a beautiful, rich history around our Métis. So I'm very active within the Southern Alberta region. I'm at the University of Calgary. I have the great pleasure of working with our OMG leadership in that area. And we've undertaken a number of initiatives to provide free educational resources around the Métis from an authentic Métis voice. And we do that without cost, and we do it because we know that our teachers need authentic resources to teach from. And so today, I was the first ever associate director at Rupert's Land Institute back in 2012. And I was a single person responsible for birth to death Métis education across the province of Alberta. One person. So if we're going to start thinking about issues of equity, let's start looking at education. As part of my role in that 2012-2013 year, I traveled across the province of Alberta. I engaged in 13 community sessions talking about education. I can remember clearly the voices and faces of people who cried when we talked about education. We know that there is a strong focus on residential schools, We know that that is First Nations centric by and large, but we do not see our own people. And what I am saying as an educator is that I would really love to see more support for our K-12 educators, not only here in Alberta, but across the homeland. And I would like to see more support from our government in helping educators put forward the Métis perspectives. Now, here's the proposal. I propose that the Citizens Council consider reestablishing the Alberta Métis Education Council, which was instituted, I believe, in about 2014 or thereabouts. And it was suddenly dissolved, and it served as an advisory body to the Rupert's Land education team. So I propose, again, that the Citizens Council consider reestablishing the Alberta Métis Education Council as a permanent province-wide K-12 advisory body accountable to the Citizens Council and Métis citizens, with a formal working relationship with the Otipemisiwak Métis government or Rupert's Land.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pratt. One more time, if you could, from the proposal.
I propose that the Citizens Council consider reestablishing the Alberta Métis Education Council as a permanent province-wide K-12 advisory body accountable to the Citizens Council and Métis citizens, with a formal working relationship with Otipemisiwak Métis government or Rupert's Land.
Very good. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
I do.
Billy Joe Grant, District 3. I'm a Métis educator. I've held provincial and national roles, and I'm now the director of 17 schools for Indigenous education in rural Alberta. What we're seeing in the schools is not what we thought we would see when we went in there. Métis education is its own beast. It needs its own consideration. It needs authentic resources, and it needs consistency. So what we're seeing a lot of in the schools is pan-Indigenous teachings, which is not helping our children, and they deserve the best.
Very good.
Right on. Good for
I have a feeling how this one is going. Ms. Grant, just to confirm, you are seconding the proposal, correct?
I absolutely.
Very good. Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate? Please, Ms. Brenda Joy.
That took me a minute to get up. Once again, Brenda Joy Sinclair from District 10, but I come from Old Town, Slave Lake. And the reason I'm standing up to speak on this is because our education system is based on our story. That's what's important. And that's not what is being entrenched into the history books or the learning books. And what I'm going to say, first I'm going to say this. No to go squeal and sigasun. I bring forward my spirit name because what I'm going to say I'm uncomfortable saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Yesterday, we got a greeting from the mayor of my hometown. And after she was finished, I very politely went up to her and spoke to her. I said, thank you for your words, but what I heard you say was a settler greeting and a settler story about the history of my hometown that for me is not real. Because in Old Town where I was raised, that was a Métis community. Those families still live here. I also said, just on the edge of Slave Lake here is our Sawridge Cree Nation, First Nation. This is not a settlers community. This wasn't raised and brought up from nothing. And so I say these words because how can we expect anything to be in our schools if we sit here and not say anything about a story that just got told to us yesterday without responding to it and saying, you know what, that's not correct. And I asked you to revise that. And she was really kind and respectful, because I was, and she agreed that she would. And she acknowledged that actually when they do more formal things, they do the acknowledgement to the land. And I said, well, maybe if you'd done that, I probably would have not said anything. But that didn't happen. So I just, with respect, say that I totally agree that if it takes recreating a council to make sure that our history, our knowledge, who we are as a people within the very land we stand upon needs to be entrenched in every way, that we need to be responsible as Métis people for our story going forward. Don't you agree? Clapping. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brenda Joy. Are there any others who wish to speak to Elder Esther, please?
Yes, they don't teach the children about us Métis people. I have many, I have about 35 great-grandchildren going to school. And their curriculum, the teachers have to follow the curriculum just because of Alberta teachers or whoever writes this curriculum, they have to follow that. So I think it's about time that we make these changes so that the curriculum is, the Métis, our stories are involved in the school's curriculum. And I have great-grandchildren going to school in Edmonton, and those ones are, it's like they're passed off, you know, passed to somebody else. And they didn't, I asked them, once in a while I'll ask them a question, and there's not a thing about somebody telling our Métis story. And I think we all need to tell our Métis story to everybody, anywhere, everywhere. Let's, even if we think that it might be useless, no. We need to talk and talk loud, just speak loud. Hey, this is my story. I'm gonna tell you about it, you know, like, I went back to school when I was 50 years old, and I took social work program at the Northern Lakes College, and I was asked to review some books, and these books were not our writers' Métis stories, the ones that they were written by whoever, wherever, and they come and ask me, well, what do you think? And I said, you know what? Either you can put them in file 13, but we cannot use them. We have to teach our own. We have to teach our own story, not somebody else is talking about us. Because what I read in there too was like, oh yeah, those people are just eating pimmican, and there's even moose hair on there. You know, like that's how they're. You know, that's really negative. Thanks for the gal that's proposing this. Gee whiz, about time. Come on, let's get on with it.
Clear position from Elder Esther. Microphone number 2.
Hi there, this is Shoutout from District 21. I only wanted to say that I full-heartedly agree with this proposal. One of my workers is Filipino, and she's immigrated to Canada, and she learned more about Métis culture in their application to become a Canadian citizen than her grade 12 student did this year in high school. So I think it's very necessary. People coming into our country know more about it than our students who have grown up here and are living here.
Very good. Any further discussion about the proposal?
This one.
Microphone number 3, please.
We're talking about others educating our children, but a lot of them don't understand who they are in their heart. And they'll say, one young girl, I said to her, "Are you Indigenous?" She says, "I am, but I'm just Métis." I said, oh, honey, we're going to talk. Now, that girl, she's a BBMA recipient. She's in university. She's in education, and she will do better for those coming forward.
Microphone number 3.
Yeah, just as a follow-up, I thank you for the comments around endorsing this proposal. Just so you know, we as educators, Métis educators, have not been standing still. So in terms of storytelling, I've had the great privilege. Both of my parents are from the Fishing Lake Métis settlement. And as part of my PhD, we created 19 digital stories from the Métis. If you go to www.métisvoices.ca, you will see 9 of those stories there. And you will see a notice that 10 more are arriving from a southern Alberta Métis. And I've also had the great privilege of working alongside Billy Joe Grant, and we've created stories of the Métis residential school experience alongside belated late Elder Angie Carrar and Jude Daniels. And so we were responsible for bringing our stories of residential schools to not only teachers, but also to the Canadian Museum of Human Rights. So if you think that we're not busy, we are. You just don't see us. We're doing it all different kinds of levels. And for anybody in the room that you want to hear from our own people, go to those 2 resources. They were developed with community, by community, in community.
Okay. I think we see where this one's going. So I think we'll end the debate there, and we're going to put this to decision. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Very good. Carried. Proposal so adopted. If you could provide the written copy to administration, that would be lovely. That takes us to microphone number 3. We've got 1 unfinished. We'll do microphone number 1, then we're coming back to number 2. Microphone number 1.
Thank you. To continue on with my proposal is that the Citizens Council continues to consider implementing legislative and policy requirements that would ensure that Métis citizens are prioritized, supported, and given preference for employment, leadership, and decision-making roles within our government and its institution whenever possible.
Thank you, Mr. Wanich. And your seconder, Captain DeMille, still seconding?
Yes.
Very good. The reason for the slight adjustment for the folks in the room, this was almost verbatim Citizens Proposal number 4 from 2025. Work is continuing. This would be an affirmation of the work and that it continue further. Is there any discussion or debate to this proposal? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Proposal carries. Well done. Thank you, gentlemen. Microphone number 2. In the middle.
Me? Okay, thank you. I just want to acknowledge what has just been said about education. I'm from St. Albert. My name is Archie Arcan, and we encounter that as well. But, you know, I think we're making inroads. And the big reason why we're making inroads is because of the Youville Residential School Project. We've also had an expert who did our research, also was good in making film. So we also made a film that we're showing it to the community. We're in the school, so it's helping. So I think there's some positivity that's happening through all Alberta, but especially in St. Albert. Okay, I've been listening to all the submissions, the proposals, and what we want to see. And it seems to me that a number of them may impact the Constitution and may require some changes. We also know that our Constitution is not far away from the potential of amending it. So what I'm proposing is that Optimisamak government start getting ready for the amendments that may come. The reason why I'm saying it's not too early to start is because we know the experience we had when we drafted it. And it's the amendments or the changes may well go much beyond what has been said here and in past days. There's a number of us want to see maybe the boundaries changed. To me, it's an open book when you start reviewing it. So it'll take some time. So I think that that we consider putting a process in place so that make sure it includes the districts, but also that we can refine it by the time we really get serious about amending it. So I'm proposing that we start planning ahead for the review and renew of our act.
Very good. I'm going to stand this one down. I'm going to send you over to administration. They're going to give you a little help on your language, just because it's almost identical to Citizens Proposal 13 from last year. So they'll give you a bit of help and we can carry it on.
Okay.
Very good. That takes us to microphone number 3.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dolores Mary, and I'm presenting this on behalf of Sharon Emard of the Lesser Slave Lake Métis District 21. Sharon moves to propose that the Citizens Council consider to increase the expenditure to the citizens of all districts. It should increase according to and or coincide with the growth increase of our citizens. So Sharon makes the motion to increase the expenditures for all citizens of our people in our areas.
Could you read the proposal for me one more time?
Okay. Sharon moves to propose that the Citizen Council consider to increase the expenditures to the citizens of all districts. It should increase according to and or coincide with the growth increase of increased citizens.
Okay, is there a seconder for that proposal?
Susan Cunningham, District 21, I second that.
Very good. And sorry, the mover's name one more time.
Okay, Dolores Prudenberry Cox on behalf of Sharon Emard.
Very good. Looking to my colleagues, are we confident it's in order? Okay. They're asking if you could bring in your written copy up. They're going to take a quick look at it and we'll ensure it's in order and we'll come back to it for decision. So if you could bring it up to the acting chair. That brings us to microphone number 2.
Good afternoon again. My name is Crystal McAteer. I'm from Fort Vermilion, Métis District 15. I'd like to address the issue of the Métis-led Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas, or IPCAs. In 2019, OMG received funding to begin this work. To date, several properties have been purchased under this program across the province. However, none of these protected areas are located in northern Alberta, where we have consistently seen municipalities and provincial government open up the Crown land for development at some of the highest rates in the province. For example, trends in public land sales in Alberta show that Mackenzie County, which is located in Fort Vermilion District, Métis District, has been leading in public sales since 1990. We are becoming treeless. I would like to move to propose that Citizens Council consider working with interested districts and the environment team to identify the areas in northern Alberta that have the highest risk of Crown land development and to identify property or land that can be purchased under the existing IPCA program. It is of the utmost protection or importance to protect the land and water while prioritizing ecological protection and harvesting opportunities in the north. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McAteer. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Jed Randall, District 15, I second.
Thank you, Jed. Could you read the proposal portion for me one more time?
I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider working with interested districts and the environment team to identify the areas in northern Alberta that have the highest risk of Crown land development and to identify property or land that can be purchased under the existing programs such as the IPCA.
Very good. Thank you, Conley. The motion is in order. It is clear. Is there anyone who needs it reread? Seeing no hands. Anyone who wishes to discuss this proposal? Microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shannon Dunfield from Grand Prairie Métis District. I support this proposal. This is something that's really important to our communities and especially to one of our oldest Métis communities in Alberta. We all know that Fort Vermilion, along with Fort Chipewyan, were established long before the Red River settlement, and any support that we can provide to our long-standing Métis communities is only better for our nation.
Very good. Any
Thank you.
further discussion? Okay, we'll go to decision. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Proposal carries, so adopted. Thank you. Back to microphone number 3.
Susan Cunningham, District 21. I'd like to bring the proposal back regarding the benefits for seniors.
Okay.
So I had talked before the vote about including people with disabilities.
You did?
So I would like to amend it to include that.
Would you like to propose that Citizens Council consider including persons with disabilities in the support for prescriptions that was for seniors?
Yes.
Okay. Record keepers have caught that? I think so. Is there a seconder for your proposal?
Yes, I second it. Dolores Prudenberry.
Thank you.
District 21.
Thank you, Dolores. Microphone number 2 to speak to this.
Barb Emmerich, I'd just like to, can we have that proposal read again? Because I don't think it said specifically seniors.
Okay, we will pull the record. We'll bring that proposal back. We'll stand you down just for a few minutes, Susan, and we'll make sure that we capture it accurately. To microphone number 3.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
My name is Shayla Lize. I'm from the Lesser Slave Lake Métis District. I would like to address the issue of Métis people losing access to services close to their homes due to vacancies in the critical industries of healthcare, education, and childcare. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider directing resources to create a program and/or fund that supports Métis people in pursuing careers in the critical industries of healthcare, education, and childcare. As a healthcare worker and mother providing for my young family, I am often challenged by chronic vacancies and overburdened services that cannot meet the standing and growing needs of their community. This is exemplified in childcare waitlists spanning over 2 years long, in the disruption of emergency department and surgical services, in the overfilled and undersupported classrooms of schools. Citizens have to travel further and further to access essential services. Young families are leaving their home communities to relocate to urban centers with stable service models, linked to the self-perpetuating cycle where professional resources are further reduced. To restate, I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider directing resources to create a program and/or fund that supports Métis people in pursuing careers in the critical industries of healthcare, education, and childcare.
Very good. Is there a seconder for your proposal?
Tracy McPhail with District 21, and I second this.
Okay, the proposal's in order. Does anyone need it reread? Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate this proposal? Microphone number 3.
Susan Cunningham, District 21. I've been a nurse for 39 years, and I have seen the healthcare system in the northern and rural communities totally disintegrate. We have doctors who can deliver babies. We have can do anesthesiology. There's new hospitals that are top of the line. High Prairie is underutilized. Slave Lake is underutilized, and they say it's due to nursing staffing. They're not educating nurses, Canadian nurses, and I think we need to get our people in there as Canadian nurses in our culture to relieve the staff shortages and improve our healthcare.
Very good. Thank you, Susan. Any other discussion to this proposal? Very good. Microphone number 2.
I'd also like to speak in support of this, Barb Emmerich again, because where I work on Main Street, every day we see daycare going down the street with a whole bunch of little kids, and there's not one Métis staff in there. And I think we need more Métis people looking after our children.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to decision. All those in favor of the proposal? All of those opposed? Carries. Proposal is adopted. Thank you kindly. Susan, don't go anywhere just yet. We have the answer to your request for an amendment to the citizens' proposal. The original proposal that passed was that Citizens Council consider exploring options to provide prescription supports to citizens to assist with costs not covered by insurance. So it wasn't specific to seniors, it would be for all citizens, including those with disabilities.
I think it should be included for all citizens.
And that's what it was, and so that's
Yeah.
what passed. So it'll be for everybody. That'll be the consideration that goes to council, so we got them all. Microphone number 3.
Hi, my name is Cassidy Cameron. I'm from Métis District 10, and I'm putting forward a proposal on behalf of Megan Woods. So we would like to address the issue of Métis Nation data sovereignty, more specifically Métis knowledge, including but not limited to Métis traditional knowledge, information, data, and records being owned, stored, and accessed by non-Métis individuals, organizations, and institutions. So we are moving to propose that the Citizens Council consider investigating options for improving our nation's data sovereignty. Options may include the creation of a data sovereignty committee as an oversight body, organizational-wide data management policies and procedures for more cohesive protection and self-determination as it relates to Métis data, and the facilitation of community-based research to guide policy development within this field. So the reason for this proposal is because there is a current lack of capacity and cohesion as it relates to data collection, management, and access within the nation. For example, that would include statistical information that is collected by provincial or federal governments, and it is information about the Métis. So this is showing like a dichotomous nature, and it is a pan-Indigenous approach, leading to observable gaps in programming because accurate statistical information is non-existent. This affects health programming and educational programming, just as a couple of examples. The lack of Métis-specific data leads to gaps in governance efficiency and limits our ability to address the needs of citizens. Further, the collection and stewarding of traditional knowledge within the nation should be guided by Métis ways of knowing and being, and incorporate Indigenous legal traditions. Further, the collection and stewarding of traditional knowledge should be guided by traditional protocols. Further, the holding of sensitive information by external organizations, such as residential school and Indian hospital records, hinders our ability to access records on and about sensitive information. Oh, sorry, I can't read this. Our ability to access records about our own people and sensitive information does not have the adequate protections.
Very good, thank you. And again, the name of the mover?
I'm Cassidy Cameron, and it's on behalf of Megan Woods.
Very good. Is Megan Wood joining us?
Megan Woods is volunteering right now. That's why she could not be here.
Okay. You'll have to move it if that's okay.
Sure, yeah.
Understand that it was originally hers. Do you have a seconder?
Sarah Wolf, Fort Edmonton District.
Very good. And if you could just reread the proposal portion, please.
Okay. We are trying to propose that Citizens Council consider investigating options for improving our nation's data sovereignty. Options may include the creation of a data sovereignty committee as an oversight body, or organizational-wide data management policies and procedures for cohesive protection and self-determination as it relates to Métis data, and the facilitation of community-based research to guide this policy development within the field.
Okay, proposal's in order. Is there any discussion to the proposal? Microphone number 2.
Hello, hello. My name is Wyatt Cardinal. I'm a citizen of the Otipemisiwak Métis government from St. Albert Métis district, I believe right now, but I'm originally from Fishing Lake Métis settlement. I just want to say that I'm in favor of this motion. We have so many beautiful stories. There's so much data collected about us. There's so many things that we need to consider around data sovereignty. I think it's important that we do our part and make sure that we're stewarding and protecting all the knowledge of those that have come before us. And yeah, make sure it's done in a good way. That's it. Exit.
Thank you, Mr. Cardinal. Microphone number 3, discussion.
Hi, my name's Taya Ann. I'm from District 9. I just want to talk about why data sovereignty is so important in regards to residential schools. I work closely with residential records, and as we know, so many of these records have been lost and we can't find them anymore. We can't recover them anymore. Provincial archives are not easily accessible. We have so many citizens that aren't able to come to Edmonton and go to the provincial archives from 9 to 2 o'clock and request those records. In regards to the records that they have at the PAA, they own those records even though they are Métis records. They aren't being stewarded. You can't ask for them back or for your family to have them. They stay there and they're the property of the province. And with a better Indigenous data sovereignty policy, we can make sure that Métis records are controlled by Métis people, and we can ensure stewardship rather than ownership for those.
Good. Can we get a microphone up to the front table, please? I don't know where a roving microphone went. There it goes. Miss Beatrice.
Beatrice Demetrius, Region 9. Oh, sorry, it's not region anymore. What I want to mention is during my research, I had run across a pamphlet and they had interviewed many of the residential school students in Gruard. And actually that pamphlet, I donated to the Métis Nation of Alberta. And I was just wondering if maybe there's more out there somewhere. And I mean, these people told their story. This was brought out in the 90s, early 90s.
Okay. I can guarantee no one on this stage has the answer to that question, but we're going to do our best to find it for you. Elder Esther, please. Is the motion or the proposal is about data sovereignty, maintaining our own data and ownership of it, Elder Esther?
Yeah, because I was interviewed. I was interviewed to tell my, well, it wasn't my story. It was, you know, when you sue the church and the government, and then you sit with the people and they keep your story, and then they want you to go and whether they keep it in the archive or destroy it. And I never got a chance to, nobody contacted me what they're going to do with it. But I think we should keep our own, like, because I do have a residential school story with, I can't remember what they're called, the ones that interview you when you sue them. But anyway, yeah, I endorse this proposal.
Good, thank you, Elder Esther. Further discussion on this proposal?
Sorry.
Microphone number 3.
I just want to answer Elder Esther and first of all say thank you for sharing with us that you're a residential school survivor. I believe the process that you are referring to is the independent assessment process where you had that interview with those people. So now is just a good time to let folks know who have undergone that process that we have actually done up some forms for you folks to fill out. So if you decide that you would like your records saved from that destruction and you don't want them held with the NCTR necessarily, you can have them held with us. So you could contact the Intergovernmental Relations Department. You could contact Wyatt, myself, or Taya Ann, and we can help you out with that process.
Lovely. Okay. Further discussion with respect to the proposal? Seeing none, all those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Proposal carries, so adopted. Thank you kindly. Microphone number 2.
Hi, I'm Sharon Emart, and I'm making a motion. I, Sharon Emart of Lesser Slave Lake, Métis District 21, make a motion. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider to increase the expenditure to the citizens of all districts. It should increase according to and or coincide with the growth in the increase of our citizens.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Mart. It is in order. Do you have a seconder?
Barb Emmerich, District 21. I second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Emmerich. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing no one approaching the mics, I'll go to decision. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? The motion carries. The proposal is adopted. Thank you, ladies. Microphone number 3.
Hello, I'm Chantal Trudel from Lesser Slave Lake Métis District 21. And I wanted to bring us back to proposal from 2024 and 2025 and just see if it can be brought up once more. That the Citizens Council consider that prior to engaging with any program, event, or consultation or services within a district, the representative departments of the Otipemisiwak Métis government or Métis Nation of Alberta and its affiliates establish clear communication and work in partnerships with the district to deliver programs, events, consultation services by way of written and mandate the protocol that uses with each department. Over working with the district here, I do the communications and social media, and there's so many times that anything that's coming from MNA departments, different departments, we don't get information until days before the event. It's hard to get it out to our citizens, even with social media newsletters. Thank you. We need more time for planning so we can ensure that these events are well attended and everyone has access to the same opportunities. And so many times events have been planned without consulting the district representatives or the people in office. And there's a lot of times that it could be greatly improved where we could just say this venue would be better, this venue won't hold the people, maybe elders can't access this because there's no elevator. It would only greatly benefit our government and our citizens.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Trudel. So do you have a proposal that you would like to make, or are you asking for the status of proposal 11 for last year?
So it's from 2024, proposal 12, and that was a proposal I made in that year. And then also 2025, proposal 11, to be remade with more, what came out of it was further recommendations are being formulated, but we haven't seen it yet in the last 2 years where there's been any move to have more planning and more involvement with our districts.
So would you then like to make a proposal reaffirming the support for Citizens Proposal number 11 from 2025 and asking Citizens Council to consider delivering the recommendations as set out with priority?
Yes, with priority, please.
Very good. Okay. Recorders captured that? That was clear? Yeah, I'm getting a nodding head. Is there a seconder to that? Microphone number 2.
Walter Andreet, District 21. I second that motion.
Very good. Well, the clapping suggests to me I know the way this one's going to go. Is there anyone who wants to debate it? No? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Microphone number 2.
Yes, I asked a question earlier, and I don't know what the time frame is. It was in regards to RLI, and I just wondered if someone is in the room that can address that question now.
SEO Con Watson?
And would you be able to remind us of this? There were so many RLI questions. I just want to make sure we get the right one.
Sure, I was just saying that three offices that I know of, there may be more, were suddenly closed without the knowledge of the districts or the citizens even, and that a new bus was purchased to go around the province. I don't know how many buses there are, maybe 3. My question was, what is the like, how do you justify that? Is it saving money operating 3 buses, driving around the province, spending the gas that, you know, everybody knows what gas prices are right now, paying hotel rooms and increasing then they've got more workers doing that, but they've closed offices. So they're like, is it justifiable?
We'll have to get back with the specific details there, but what I can tell you is that 9 offices cost an extraordinary amount of money, and that the current approach should be costing a fraction of that. But again, we'll have to get you the specific details on that front. There was a question I know that was raised yesterday, and you've touched on it as well, about the notice that was provided. I think one of the things that Director Saville had mentioned when she spoke to the Citizens Council on this was that there is much to be learned from the way in which it happened, but that the underlying analysis was a very important one, showing the difference in the cost between the approach, with a view to making sure that the resources that had been used for that are put to the most effective purposes possible, given the limited money that is available.
One more point to make. Sorry, I did forget to mention this. They have closed the offices in the satellites, but how many job positions are now created in Edmonton and Calgary?
I'll have to nod to Director Saville on this, on speaking on that front, but I don't think any were created at all, but she will speak more directly to that.
Director Saville, thank you for rejoining us.
Thank you. We did have to add more advisors to both Edmonton and Calgary. We're still currently in the process of advertising for those positions and fulfilling those positions. But right now, I can say roughly about 9 positions have been created in Edmonton and Calgary, and that is to support the workload that both Edmonton and Calgary are now receiving.
Thank you, Director. Microphone number 2.
So you closed 9 satellite offices because it was costly, but you hired 9 more people in Edmonton and Calgary, and you bought another bus. How is that saving money? I mean, if it's the cost, we have an office that you guys can use for free. If you're going to pay somebody, come and use it.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
It roughly cost us $4 million a year to operate those 9 offices, and we were turning away students. We had to make a decision on what was the best use of those funds. And the decision we made it in conjunction, like I said, with our Rupert's Land Board of Governors, as well as the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Administration. And it was to put those funds directly for Métis citizens to support their education.
Thank you, Director Saville. We're going to go to microphone number 3.
Good day, everybody. Hilda Lambert, District 21. I just wanted to state, as a former Rupert's Land Institute alumni and also a former employee of RLI, it was a bit disheartening to not get any notice of all of the Métis employment centers closing. I mean, we were probably one of the first ones in the High Prairie area, but anyways, my question is, now that you're not spending, the 4 point whatever million to keep those offices open. And, unfortunately, that doesn't always work for our people. And I've really felt for those that worked in those offices for many years because I knew them, a lot of them personally. But other than that, I'm wanting to know, is that going to increase the funding for post-secondary education? And also, is there going to be, ample notice before post-secondary, any kind of education starts in September?
Okay, you have a
Sorry,
few...
it's a loaded question.
No, it's okay. Okay, let me know if I haven't answered all of your questions. One, yes, the closure of those offices, very unfortunate, but what it translates to is more students funded, a lot more students. That's $4 million we can put directly towards students. Your second question was about post-secondary students, like when are they going to find out when they get the funding?
Yeah, when they, is it going to be very soon, because it's already past the middle of August for those that are Métis students that are waiting, to get notification that their funding has been approved and when it's going to be dispersed. And I'm glad to hear that it is going to increase post-secondary education. Thank you.
Thanks, Hildy. Students will be finding out very shortly. We didn't bring as many of our staff out as we normally do to the citizens gathering because they're in offices working really hard on processing applications. I've spoken to a couple students and they're like, I just heard from my advisor. So if they haven't heard from their advisor, they're going to hear from their advisor. However, we are at a point, and that is why we made a very difficult decision to close those offices. We will not be able to fund every student who's applied to us. So we're working as hard as we can. We've made choices so that we can put as much money directly into Métis citizens who are accessing post-secondary education.
Very good.
Thank you so much for your answer, Lisa. I really, truly
wel-
appreciate it.
You're welcome, my former colleague.
I just have to, say something because, it's just going to make it harder for our people in the more remote communities, and for the older demographic too, who don't have a lot of computer skills, right? So, but I do refer them, to CALP groups and things like that, or the friendship centers. But yeah, it's going to be very hard for people with transportation issues now, and the RVs, which I used to call the Cadillac when I used to ride in them. But yeah, they can't always come specifically on those days into the larger centers.
They can't, but we do have on our website, and you can call Rupert's Land, you can request the RVs. And if there's a citizen in High Prairie that doesn't have access to a computer and needs to meet with an advisor, they need to call us. We will come out. We will bring an advisor with our RV. And no, our RV drivers might not have all the answers. They're not advisors, but they bring our advisors out to the community.
Thank you, Director
Thank
Saville.
you once again.
Thank you so much. Microphone number 2, then we're going to come to microphone number 3, and we are very close to the end of our time together, folks, but we're real close. Microphone number 2.
Tracy Brown from Valley View. What role did Citizens Council have in the decision for Rupert's Land to close the remote offices?
They didn't have decision-making. It was an administrative decision.
Microphone number 3.
With regards to that, to make it more beneficial, can I also recommend that we do possibly look at getting a schedule created in advance for the year so that each district knows when the buses are coming? Because we just got notice last week that one was coming in a day, and people can't get out, especially during the weeks. It's hard if you're looking to upgrade, upskill, or go back to school if you have a full-time job to go on Monday at 9 a.m. And a lot of times people don't know we don't even know where the bus is parked. We just know it's going to be in High Prairie tomorrow, and we don't know where or how to get it or what times. So if we had that in advance, we could start planning for our citizens to use it to the best opportunity.
Thank you. And when we did close the 9 centers, we upped our social media presence for where our RVs are. Our RV drivers are contacting district captains to let them know they're coming. So we're working on that communication and
Okay.
you will shortly see the results of it. But our RV drivers are working very closely to let everybody know where
Okay.
we are. We've got social media presence. We have Brett and Tammy and Clayton and Bernie, and they've got a little video and they're like, hey, I'm stopping in High Prairie and we'll be in the freezing parking lot. So keep an eye on social media and you'll see where our RVs are.
I might recommend as well like a static post and a post on the website so that people can find the information, because if they don't watch that video and don't know what it pertains to.
We
but-
do. We have a
Yeah.
schedule as well. There's
Okay.
a little bus on our website, and
Yeah.
if you click on the bus, it'll tell you where our RVs are going to be.
Okay, and my only thing was just as concerned doing the social media. We only got 3 days notice the last 2 times, this month and last
I'm sorry
month.
to hear that, and
Yeah.
we're working on getting communication out there to where we're going to be.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Microphone number 3. Elder Doreen, microphone number 2.
I'm here to congratulate Rupert's Land, and I'd like to see how many people in this room have had students graduate from university, from high school with this funding, and how proud being an elder at the University of Calgary on their advisory council, and I've been there for 7 years, and our graduates with certificates. I think last year we had 90 First Nations, Métis, and Inuit graduates, and the Métis had about 50 of those. And the Calgary Catholic High School, we had 200 high school graduates of the Catholic system, and over 100 of those were Métis. So congratulations. It just does my heart so good to see the results of your work.
Thank you for your kind words, Doreen.
Okay, we're going to go to microphone number 3.
Hi, Blanche Evans, Jasper House, District 7. I just want to reiterate what Shauna just said with the RLI bus coming. We appreciate that there is a calendar and everything, but the relaying the information of when they're coming and everything, it's not just the last few months. For the last year, we haven't been getting information when they come. So just like they said, we can't give our citizens notice to come. They can't prepare themselves. You don't just walk on that bus, and you have to have your affairs in order when you go there. So it's not just, oh, the bus is here. They're at the Green Square. You guys should go today. That doesn't work. And a lot of people aren't on social media. District councilors is a volunteer position. So just like the citizens, if I want to get that information to them, I'm taking time out of my family's day to find this information. There should be a way better way that this information is being relayed to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I will take it back to our mobile services team, and we'll think about ways we can communicate more strongly.
Very good. Microphone 3.
It's not on this issue, it's a different proposal.
Yeah, we're going to move on. We're going to thank Director Seville for rejoining us and giving me so freely of her time. Please join me in thanking Director Seville. Microphone number 3.
Thank you. My proposal is 2 parts, so I can do it in 2 if needed. I did bring this forward in 2024 as well, and the outcome of that was that it would be considered by each department. I propose that the Citizens Council consider that all traditional arts, all traditional teachings and skills that are made as events be made accessible and equal opportunity to each district. So if we're going to do a women's ice fishing workshop, we should have it in every single district. If we're going to do moccasin making, it should be in every single district. I know Edmonton and Calgary are probably per capita the largest centers, but it's not fair, and it's not available for us to travel, especially those with disabilities like myself. We can't travel to access these workshops, and they're immediately full. So if we had it distributed so that every person in every district had equal opportunity to apply and attend, I think that that would be a lot better, because right now people my age are not being trained how to be great elders. So when I get there, how am I going to teach my son how to make moccasins if I can't go because it's not available to us unless we travel 4 hours?
Okay, so if I can get just the, go ahead. Go ahead. If I can get just the proposal one more time.
Yeah, this one is I propose the Citizens Council consider that all traditional arts, traditional teachings, and traditional skills be made accessible and equal opportunity to each district.
Okay. I'm going to go to microphone number 2 and trust we're getting a seconder.
Yes, Barb Emmerich, District 21.
Very good. Is there any debate or discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to go to decision. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Proposal carries. Microphone number 3, please, one more.
All right, one more. Thank you. In addition to that, I propose that all traditional arts, traditional teachings, and traditional skills be open to all Métis citizens, regardless of age, gender, sexual orientation, or location. So I see lots of workshops for youth, lots for elders, a couple for women, a couple for men, but that leaves all of us who maybe had young families or didn't get in the system early enough, ages 30 to 60, where we have nothing that we can attend and learn our culture when we're trying to reconnect and or again become that next group of elders. We're going to have a whole generation or two of elders that don't have traditional skills. So I move to propose that all of these teachings be accessible regardless of age or gender.
That Citizens Council consider, sorry, one more time.
That Citizens Council consider that all traditional art, traditional teachings, and traditional skills be made accessible for equal opportunity to all Métis citizens, regardless of age or gender.
Very good. Do you have a seconder for that proposal?
Brandon Junaid, Lester Slave Lake Métis District.
Very good. We have a seconder. Discussion? Debate? Seeing none. All those in favor of, oh, there is discussion. Microphone number 2.
Sorry, it's just a comment. Colette Putra from now District 9. I do know that a lot of these programs are grant-based.
Yes.
So they're specifically for youth, or they're so it does give limited resources for people our age. I understand completely. One, I'd like to suggest if you have a district captain in your area, that you actually redirect that to them. Yeah. And the second of all, if I could just encourage everybody to support the M&A in this treaty process, then we can make those decisions. Thank you.
And if I can say, our district, Lesser Slave Lake Métis District, the Citizens Captain and the team in the office, they really do bring a lot of workshops our way. They're constantly applying for grants, and I feel like we have quite a bit as far as districts go. But I also feel like this should be opportunity for everyone. Our brothers in the north that used to be part of our region that are no longer in Wabasca District, it's just not open. And I know we have a youth department and we have an elders department, but where is the rest of the adult department? So that we can actually apply for grants to get these programs going. If no one's applying for the grants, then we're not going to have any programs for us.
Okay. Any further discussion or debate? Seeing none. We'll go to decision. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Proposal, or the motion carries. Proposal is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone number 3. We'll go to the roving microphone. We have one that we stood down. Still to
I
come.
wish to apologize, number 1, for taking so long, but
No
also
worries.
thank Matty and Randy for helping us. Okay, we referred to proposal 13, and it included a lot of stuff we were saying, but we want to put a bit more of an emphasis on it. So I'll read it. I would like to address the issue of engagements for district councils and citizens not being explicitly included in the constitutional amendment process. And I move to propose that a citizen council consider creating specific opportunities to engage with district council and citizens at large when considering constitutional amendments as referred to in Citizens Council motion number 20260730-9 in response to the 2025 proposal number 13. So I guess the emphasis is making sure we get the citizen involvement from the beginning, instead of having top down tell them exactly what, like having already prepared for them. I think the citizens in every district should have parameters, I guess, that stay within the law first, if possible, to make sure they're heard.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Arcan. You have a seconder?
Hi, I'm Joanne. I'm seconding that motion.
Very good. And one more time from the Citizens Council, consider.
You want me to read it again? Okay. And I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider creating specific opportunities to engage with district councils and citizens at large when considering constitutional amendments as referred to in Citizens Council motion number 202607-9 in response to the 2025 proposal number 13. I forgot the 30. Motion 20260730-9 in response to the 2025 proposal number 13.
Very good. Okay, is there any
Got it?
discussion or debate? Thank you, Mr. Arcan, on that proposal. See none. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Motion carries. Proposal is adopted. Thank you again, Mr. Arcan. Well done. Okay. You know what? Looks like we made it through all of them. You know what else? You guys dealt with double the number of proposals you did last year in less time than it took last year. I didn't hear any of that. I'm going to go through a bit of the housekeeping items for this evening before we turn it over to the president for her closing remarks. So once we adjourn for the day, everyone needs to clear this room so that the committee can clean and flip the room, get it ready for their banquet. The doors will reopen again at 5:30 p.m. Don't forget your banquet tickets. You'll need them to get back in. There'll be more details from the MC, Vanessa Laybourne, on unveilings, door prizes, and 50/50s this evening. With that, I will declare the citizens' proposals and special resolutions portion of the citizens' gathering meeting closed, and I will invite your president, Andrea Sandmaier, to come and offer her closing remarks.
Tanse, everyone. Hey! Before we close out this year's Citizens Gathering, I want to take a few minutes to say what these 2 days have meant to me. When we opened yesterday, I said this government belongs to you. Not to me, not to Citizens Council, not to a building in Edmonton. It belongs to each and every one of you in this room today and all across the province. This has been more than apparent to me over the last few days. You stood at the mic, you brought forward proposals, you asked hard questions of your government, and you asked them with care. That is what Citizens Gathering is supposed to be. Over the past 2 days, we have had in-depth discussions about the work of our government is doing across all departments and institutions. We heard from the consultation team about the fight to make sure Métis rights and Métis voices are at every table where decisions are being made about our lands and our future. We heard from intergovernmental relations about the relationships we are building with Canada, with Alberta, with other governments, and the ones we are still pushing to build. We heard from Métis Crossing about how tourism and cultural economy is teaching the world who we are on our own terms. And we've heard a lot about that today, about telling our stories. We heard from Apitogasan about the Métis businesses and families whose success is building wealth in our communities, more than 1,400 of them over the years and counting. We heard from Education and Training about our students, our learners, and the Métis Education Foundation's work as a standalone affiliate. And this morning we heard about the biggest file of them all, the work of turning our Constitution into a working, breathing, functioning government, district by district, law by law, department by department. Every one of those files in its own way is the same story, the story of our nation being built brick by brick. It is the continuation of the story our ancestors began writing centuries ago as they laid out the foundations of our government, fighting back against a colonial power that refused to recognize our right to self-determination. It is the same story that was written in Alberta, when in 1928, Métis leaders in Alberta gathered together in a church basement, organizing as a government for the first time within this province. And it is a story we will continue to write for years to come, because what we are building today and what will be passed down to future generations, to the children and the youth who are here today. My hope is that when the next generation takes over this work that this government does, their story is easier to tell. I hope that the work we do here at this gathering and throughout the year will make the road for future generations easier to navigate. Now to some thank yous, because there are many people who made these days possible. To our elders, all of you, merci. Merci for your knowledge. To Elder Esther Auger, you've been here with us, praying for us. You carried us through, and you kept us honest. This gathering does not happen without you. To our veterans, thank you for your service. And to our serving and retired officers, thank you for the work you do to keep our community safe. To our youth, thank you for showing up. Your questions, your proposals are sharper than ours were at your age. Keep asking them. To our citizens representatives, district captains, district councillors, secretaries, and every member of our staff and administration who spent this year preparing for these 2 days, thank you. The care you brought to this floor is the care you bring to your work every single day. To our chair, thank you for holding the room. It is not a small job, and you did it well. Thank you. And to every citizen in this room and every citizen who joined us online, this gathering was yours. Your voice is the reason that we do this. A year ago at last year's gathering, I said that this work is about healing our past, building our governance, and celebrating our future. Now, a full year later, all of those things are still true. We are still healing. But today, our stories are told out loud, proudly, and without reservation. We are still building, but every day that we pass another law or stand up another district council is a day that we become what you, our citizens, have told us you need us to be. And we are still celebrating because this nation is stronger today than it has ever been. Before you leave, I want to ask you 3 things. First, and I may have said this already, get involved in your district. We do a lot of work at the provincial level to push forward our nation, but it's on the ground at the district level where so much of the vital work of our government does take place. So get involved, because your local leadership needs your voice as much as this room does. Second, throughout the next year, I want to challenge you to have hard conversations. Talk to your elected officials. Talk to our Métis government staff. Tell them the direction you want our government to go. Your voice matters, and we want to hear your ideas. Lastly, be proud. Be proud of who you are as Métis. Being Métis is a beautiful thing. Take any lessons you've learned this weekend, whether it's a conversation you held with an elder or a fact about our government you might have heard from a staff member, and pass that knowledge on. because everything we build in this room only lasts if the next generation knows the story of how it was built. 98 years ago, our people started gathering. 98 years ago, our people decided to use their voices to stand up for Métis in Alberta. 98 years ago, a new chapter of our story started. Think about what that means. For almost 100 years, Métis people in this province have refused to disappear into the shadows. The Métis have political resistance built into our DNA. It is who we are. It is why for the past almost 100 years, we've continued to show up for each other. We've continued to build something with no guarantee of success because we know it is what our people deserve. Our ancestors did not get to be here for this. We lost a lot of people this year. We get to be here, and that is the honor of a lifetime. Safe travels to everyone. Take care of one another on the way home. Merci, and we'll see you all next year. And at dinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So, I will ask, before I ask Elder Esther Auger to close us with a prayer, huge thank you to the acting chair, Tyler Fetch, and your MC, and keeping us going. First one here in the morning, last one to leave to make sure everyone's fed and gets through the lines. Big thank you to SEO Quan Watson, who sat here under the hot lights the whole time for you guys. The heroes and warriors of the self-government department who have just been killing it for you, literally risking life and limb. And to the entire OMG administration who have made this possible and made this so seamless, huge thank you to them. So please join me in thanking them as well. Madam President, thank you for the kind words. It has been my honor and privilege to serve the Métis Nation and our government for almost a decade, and as your chair for the third year this year. I'm so proud to have been a small part of the work of building this Métis government and the advancement of our rights, not just as Indigenous people, but as the largest Indigenous government in Canada. With that, Elder Esther, if you would mind offering a blessing in closing, and we'll look for adjournment.
Wow. Amazing. First of all, me being here, me standing here, praying with you, praying for you, praying to the Creator and Manto. Credit goes to the Creator and Manto, all the credit that I do. And I also want to mention my parents, my mom and dad. The credit goes to them for having me and to follow them, fighting for our rights, for Métis Nation to survive and to keep growing and going. I will not forget that. Like, I will always remember that. And I'm a chappie of about 40 great-grandchildren. I'm not proud like to be proud. I'm happy. I'm happy to live to see that. And I also want to share with you that on Monday, I will be celebrating 45 years sobriety. And you wouldn't want to know me before I had quit drinking. I guarantee you that. Just kidding. No. First of all, before I start praying, I would like to say this evening we're all going to visit and talk with one another. What I would like to suggest is that make a new friend. The new Métis, the old Métis,
the beginners, the old timers. Make some friends, take some phone numbers, emails, where they're from, find out where they're from. Start to get to know each other, because we're only going to get strong when we do that. But if we start sitting in a corner and not trying to get to know each other, like, we can't be strong. We need to get to know each other, get to know each other's story. But anyway, manto kanda tamatna na saminano kakuichim nan kahkiawaya kasawi matuta kahkiakoi kasawi tamanuta kahkiakoi miopai kanoskagisagag kamamoa pekota kapixkuista maso to ai sinoa tansikisandawita kwa utinigan sawim kahkio kawehkiwi katikatigiwi to kamiopai to iga nando kispai to ai sinoa sawihta kahkiakoi sawim nan kahkio. Creator, we ask you to bless each and every one of us here. Creator, heartfelt gratitude that we went through these 2 days. Very grateful we didn't have to put our boxing gloves on. Thank you, Creator, for everything. Thank you, Creator, for Garrett. And I was teasing him today. You guys have look at his shoes. Creator, he's an amazing man. He must be working for you too, Creator. And same thing with Tyler. But Creator, you know I always talk to you all the time, and I just am very grateful. It's an honor for me to be asked to lead in prayer here in this last 2 days, and I'm just so happy that I have been involved, and I will stay involved as long as I can. Think about all the youth, the newcomers, our little ones. How about if we say, Ksagiten, Ksamaga hekste, Manto, Ksagitenan, Kse.
Thank you, Elder Esther, for closing us in the same good way that you opened us. We appreciate that very much. Madam President, would you care to move adjournment? So moved by the President that we adjourn. There being no further business of the Citizens Gathering for 2026. Citizens Gathering stands adjourned until August 20th, 2027 to be held at Métis Crossing in Smoky Lake, Alberta. Thank you, everyone. We will see you again next year. Oh, that's not true. Truly, but also different. Yeah, now I gotta go buy flowers. My wife and kids. Oh yeah, they've been here the whole time. Went back and beat the hell out of them.